Welcome to Series E.
By that one, but now Team Intel having to contend against Team Pringles, who are really happy with this. But oh my goodness, scissors!
You can't find this anywhere else but Series E.
TSM are your champions
Versus G2, and G2
Hey, over to C9. Stay naughty. Has to do something quick here.
Team Liquid. But 2 was not expecting CLG to be right on top of it.
The level of play was incredible today. All of the players
Push this.
really...
It looks like it is a 3v2.
Oh.
Absolutely destroyed in the air with the flat line. Oh my goodness.
Do you think you're ready to compete in Series E? All right, everybody, it's time for my favorite way to start a Series E day, and it's playing some Deal or Steal, and I've got a very special guest with me in studio for the first time today. He is a stand-up comedian and actor. He was a semi-finalist on Last Comic Standing and finished runner-up in Season 8 of America's Got Talent. He is apparently Heidi Klum's all-time favorite act on America's Got Talent, and if you are in the San Antonio area this weekend, you can see him perform between September 24th and 26th at Laugh Out Loud Comedy Club in San Antonio. Tickets are still available at lolsanantonio.com. His name is Taylor Williamson, as well as, do have to say, Betty. You may see her hiding down here throughout the show in studio with us here today to play some Deal or Steal. So welcome to the show.
Thank you for having us. This is so exciting. This is Betty's first time doing this.
Yeah.
And mine too, but it's more excited for Betty. Betty's a big fan of video games.
That's awesome. You're in the right place, Betty. We're going to play some Deal or Steal here, ladies and gentlemen. You know how it works, but I'm going to explain it here for Taylor, just how the show breaks down. I've got 20 crates filled with a range of awesome prizes here today to start the show. You'll just pick one. We'll set it aside. We're going to then go through multiple different rounds, eliminating crates off the board and prizes. At the end of each round, I will have a deal for you that you can either take or you can say steal, and we'll keep playing the game. If we get to the end of all 3 rounds and you don't take any deals, then we'll open up your crate and you'll get what's inside. So sound good?
This is so stressful.
I know. A lot on the line here today.
So do I win something no matter what?
Yeah, it's a win-win.
But like it's possible. Like what's the janky prize?
There's no janky prize. We got a bunch of prizes from our partners, our sponsors.
So they're all great.
They're all great. Yeah. And you can go home with a big prize pack of Pop-Tarts. Are you like what's your favorite snack? Are you like Cheez-Its, Pringles, Pop-Tarts? Because we got all of those on the board.
Wait. So with all due respect, though, so it's like things that are wonderful but cost a little bit amount of money, but they're still great. Mm-hmm. I love Cheez-Its.
It's a win-win.
But then there's things that like you can't eat,
yes,
but that are worth more money.
Yes.
But then they're not going to keep you alive if you're like trapped on an island.
You're true. Yes, the Xbox Series X will not help you on the deserted island.
So
but
maybe,
it'd be a pretty cool little piece to put on the shelf in your tent.
Right. But I'll drown quicker too if I was holding it in the ocean. You know?
Yes. Yeah.
But Cheez, can I just pick the Cheez-Its right now?
Well, I'll talk to our people.
I'm trying to psych you out so you can get an Xbox. I know
right,
it's clear.
exactly. Let's blow the game up on the board here, though. As I mentioned, 20 prizes, 20 crates. Taylor, what's your lucky number? Which one do you want to kind of set aside here at the start?
This is really stressful. Betty, what do you think we should do? It's gonna be a long game because I'm gonna do this bit every question. So I'm picking one that I want or I don't want?
Just one to set aside. This is going to be the crate that we'll set aside for you. We're not going to open it right now. You're hoping, you're 15. Just trying to take a guess. Where's that Xbox?
15.
Number 15?
So I want the Xbox, not the Cheez-Its. You're saying we don't like Cheez-Its.
I love Cheez-Its.
I love Cheez-Its.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
I like the burnt, the burnt ones? You can buy a box of the burnt ones. Do you know what I'm saying?
I know I've seen you can order just a bag of marshmallows from Lucky Charms. I've seen that before.
Yeah.
Can you get Cheez-Its the same way? It's the burnt ones.
They're like, hey, somebody listens, they heard my private phone calls with myself where I call myself. I'm like, I love those crispy ones, and they have a whole box of them.
Taylor, have we got a deal for you?
So
okay.
I said 15 is the case that.
So we'll set aside number 15 for you here at the start. First round, we got to open 9 crates before my first deal. So let's just start them one by one. Pick one, we'll open it up and see what's inside. And hopefully we don't find that Xbox early. I've had a lot of people come on and they open the Xbox up in like the first 2 or 3 crates. And
But if I open it, can I just have it?
not if you open it. I mean, if it's inside number 15.
So I only get what's in 15.
Yeah. Well, no, you can get what you get in a deal too at the end of the round, right?
I don't understand.
We'll figure it out.
I'm anxious. I don't gambling stresses
You're
me
hoping
out.
you're hoping the Xbox is inside number 15. We're going to eliminate prizes off the board right now. So where are we starting?
7.
Number 7. All right. Lucky number 7 to kick it off. We'll open this up. Our first in-studio guest too for Deal or Steal. And it's the Rockstar pack to start off. Okay, so starting off with one of the lower tier prizes.
So am I supposed to talk trash about them? That I'm so happy I didn't win that? But with your sponsor, I'm trying to help your brand.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm so sad I didn't get the Rockstar energy drink. I love Rockstar.
I can feel the sadness here.
Taurine and Guarina are my favorite flavors.
There you go.
But it's the same flavor, Taurine, Guarina?
I think those are just ingredients, but...
Those are ingredients?
Yeah.
So like, can I get some more Guarina in this? I don't know.
You know what? We'll talk to Rockstar. We'll see if maybe we can make just like a special flavor.
Isn't that a video game company?
It's an energy drink company, but they're all over the place.
No, they made like Grand Theft Auto, no?
Oh, that's a different Rockstar, yes. So there is Rockstar Energy that makes the energy drink, and then, yeah, Rockstar Games that made Grand Theft Auto and Red Dead Redemption.
And then Mick Jagger, he's a rock star.
Yes. Different kind of Rockstar, but yes, kind of in the same vein.
Who came first?
Mick.
You think so?
Yes.
Oh, you're a big Rolling Stones fan.
I actually am, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Grew up, my dad's best friend from high school was like a lead singer for a Rolling Stones cover band.
Wow.
So I've actually had like shows at my house growing up, which was like the coolest thing. So I'm very much into like Rolling Stones, Led Zeppelin.
What was the cover band name?
Paint It Black.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Respect.
They're very, very cool. So Rockstar off the board here early. What's next?
Should I do the dog bit again? You get it, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, come on. I think
can't really talk.
I bet he had a good pick to start off. That's all I'm saying. She picked number 7.
Can I curse on this show? Is it
Yeah,
family
I
friendly?
don't care.
I can curse?
Yeah.
Now it's too so forced now. Let's do number 9.
Number 9.
Mambo number 9. Remember that song?
Number 9?
Mambo number 9?
I think that's maybe the right number.
I think so.
I think so. This one's got the Esports Arena mystery box inside, so that's one of those.
Betty, you fucked up, Betty. What the fuck, Betty? Why would you do that? I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. We got a good start here, though. Okay, 7 and 9 off the board. What's next?
Wait, so what did that was the mystery box? Is that good or bad?
It's a good price.
So
Some
there's
swag.
Xbox.
I mean, I'm wearing like the Esports Arena branded joggers. Maybe those would have been in there. They're really comfortable. I wear them all the time.
Are we gonna do this
know.
20 times? Is that what's happening?
It depends on if you want to take a deal, but we got to do them 9 times this round.
Okay, let's do 12.
Number 12.
I'm done with Betty. She's stressing me out with this.
One good pick and one bad one. It's okay. You're batting 500 right now, Betty.
But I want.
Oh no, the Xbox.
God damn it! The one time I don't use Betty. 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 So does that mean I didn't win the Xbox?
You didn't win the Xbox.
Betty.
She's like, you should have trusted me.
So now I don't. Now
That's some good picks to start.
Now why am I even playing anymore?
Betty, where are we going next? We got 7,
Doesn't
9, 12 off the board. What's up? What do we got?
14.
14.
But the Xbox could be in the box though.
No, it was at number 12.
But can we put the Xbox inside the mystery box?
I mean, theoretically.
Dreidel. Put the Xbox in the mystery box.
Because there's another mystery box on the table, so you could technically win again. There's two shots at the mystery box. So
But the mystery box could be. Wait, I didn't lose the mystery box.
there's one mystery box off the table, but there's another one. So like maybe that one has an Xbox.
I don't understand this game, but I liked you until like 3 minutes ago. Now like I don't care for you, honestly. You have
It's all right.
you did a great job trimming your neck.
Thank you.
beard. I struggle with that.
Trust me, I get very lazy.
Yeah.
It was very out of control until this morning. So
Oh, you're doing great.
yeah, thank you.
Not 6.
So you said 6? Okay.
I don't know.
Let's go with number 6. We had a bit of a good start, kind of a stumble there with the Xbox.
Kind of.
I think we're going to get back into the good. Oh, no. The other Esports Arena mystery
The
box.
second I stop using Betty, oh, you think that's funny?
It's all going off the rails right now.
I will trade my dog for the Xbox. I could sell that for like $1,000 on.
You can get another dog.
Yeah.
It's a win-win.
I could buy a dog and an Xbox with that money.
Sorry, Betty. Betty's over here like, I mean, I gave you good picks. I don't know why it's my fault.
I feel like I'm on a Twilight Zone episode where I stopped the second I stopped asking my dog. I was just a joke. She wasn't really telling me.
It was just a bit, yeah.
But I stopped doing the bit and then 13.
Number 13, okay.
Do people just get sadder and sadder the more they play this game with you?
It depends. There's still some good prizes on the board. 2,150 Apex coins. I know Taylor is a big Apex Legends fan, playing it every single day. He's been very sad that the servers have been down for the last week. So, but you know,
love respect to our servers.
Yes,
know?
yes.
Always tip.
Yep, always tip.
Tip 20%. We're in a pandemic, okay?
Yep.
Or more. You know what? Don't tip more than 20%. Tip. You get the
18.
joke. 18. I do 20. I try to do 20.
Okay.
It's easier for the
respect
math,
it.
you know?
Yeah.
Although in Orange County, they don't wear masks at these restaurants. Have you noticed that? It's weird.
Ooh, $50 Walmart. What? I don't know what. Oh, I said 18.
Am I going to get socks? Is that what's going to happen?
I was talking about 18%, but we opened up Crate 18. It's okay. There's another $50 Walmart.
Wait,
gift
did
card.
I say 18?
No, you definitely
This
didn't. I was
game-
talking about 18%.
I need a
tip.
do-over. This game is rigged.
Boom, look, 8. We didn't even open up 18. We're just going to pretend like we didn't see anything here. What's the where are we going next? Don't open 18. Just leave 18 where it is.
8.
Number 8. Okay. We're going to keep things rolling here.
I'm going to get Band-Aids or something.
No, there's no Band-Aids up there. Come on. 2,150 Apex coins in that one as well. So that's 2 of the coin prizes off the table.
I don't want the Apex coins, I'll be honest.
That's okay.
But I could give them to someone else, though. Like, I could give them to you.
You could.
Do you
I
play
don't
the
need
game?
them. I do.
You don't want them.
I don't need them. I'm okay.
You're like too good. You don't need them.
I'm good.
Oh,
Yeah,
good. I know you're
appreciate
good.
it.
All right.
I appreciate it. You don't need to give me anything.
Nothing
I'm
for
not-
you then.
Yes, nothing. Yes. I'm not here. I'm not here to win.
1.
Number 1. Let's get something good inside number 1 here. It's the Rice Krispies Treats pack.
So I'm trying not to get the good ones, right?
Yeah, you don't want to pull the good prizes.
Can I just tell you what happened?
What?
I'll be honest.
Yeah.
I feel like I was told the wrong rules because I was trying to pick the good ones.
I mean, you don't know where they are.
No,
so.
please don't correct me. I picked. We have to start
I'm
over.
sorry. I'm sorry.
We have to start over because you said I'm trying to win the Xbox, so I picked the Xbox, and I'm in trouble.
That's my bad. That's my fault, ladies and gentlemen.
I just think, is the Xbox in this building?
I can neither confirm nor deny said allegations.
I feel like there's someone that I could like threaten with legal action and be like, give me that fucking Xbox, right?
I think we have a mutual friend that you could probably talk to about it.
Okay. I just got a lawyer. You ever have a lawyer?
Right.
I got one like a week
He's
ago.
well, I think one's on the way, so I think we'll be okay.
Oh, my friend, my lawyer friend. I had a lawyer friend coming.
There we go. He's on his way. Okay, two more this round. You're trying to find the not.
Now you tell me.
Big air quotes, not good prizes right now.
But like now you like I like Cheez-It. If Cheez-It is watching, I love
That's
you.
what I'm saying. It's a win-win.
But you said they suck though.
No, I air quotes around the not good.
Do they know that they suck?
They don't. That's what I'm saying. It's win-win.
I love Cheez-Its. 3.
Number 3. Don't let it be the Cheez-Its. We want those on the
I
board.
want
Come
the
on.
Cheez-Its. Is there like a lot, like $1,000 worth of Cheez-Its?
I don't know about that. Series E jersey of your choice in this crate.
It's
One
kind
of
of
those
warm
two
out.
available. It is warm.
What's Series E? What does that mean?
Series E is our Apex Legends circuit. It's our competitive environment that we run.
Oh, so it's the Esports jersey.
Yeah, with one of our partner brands, all of our teams compete and represent here.
I'm learning so much here.
Right? It's a learning experience. Okay, last one of the first round. It's been a roller coaster ride so far.
I cannot stress enough. I have no idea what's happening. Number 5.
Number 5. All right.
I'm gonna win a water. I'm gonna win a water bottle.
I will say I'm not a fan of flavored water, and I tried the Splash flavored water that we have. It's actually really good. Razer Black Widow V3.
I'm really upset because I would have been like, if I walked out of here with that, I would have been like, you know what, this is good.
Yeah.
But now it's not gonna happen.
Who knows? I don't know how.
Who knows? I just lost it.
Oh, the keyboard.
No, I don't want flavored water. One time I performed at a comedy club in Erie, Pennsylvania. It's a terrible place. And
shout outs to Erie.
It's a wonderful place. Please book me. I'd love to come back if they're watching. And I was like, can I have? This was before I was on TV, and they booked me the headline. I'm like, you're the one who booked the guy who's never been on TV the headline. It's not my fault. They're like, mad no one's bought tickets. I'm like, you booked me, you idiot. And then like I was like, can I get a water bottle before I go on stage? And they handed me like a strawberry flavored water. I was like, no, that's like your default. Like, respect if you want it, if you drink it. It's good. But they gave me the strawberry water. I was like, can I get normal water? And she looked at me like I just asked her if I could like murder her family.
You're like, why is normal water such an outlandish request?
Who you just assume someone wants water.
Yeah.
Anyways, thank you.
Not a difficult, barrier to get past.
Get it.
End of the first round here. It's been an up and down go so far. Still some good prizes on the table. We could send you home with a nice brand new Razer headset, or a bunch of water. Yeah, that's certainly possible. But my first deal for you here is going to be a $50 Walmart gift card. So
wait, how did you decide that that's the deal?
I'm real quick math in my head.
Wait, if the Xbox was still there, would you just say, I'll give you an Xbox? That's the deal.
It's like, you ever watch a game show? Did they offer you the biggest prize on the board ever? Like that's always the one that you have to work to win.
Well, let me ask you this though: can you take that off the screen? I have to do some thinking. Is it possible? I know it's a beautiful graphic, though. I don't want it to be difficult. Thank you,
our
Dreidel.
graphics.
Is Dreidel?
Yes.
Thank you, Dreidel. Respect.
She's the best.
I know the Dreidel song. Do you know the Dreidel song?
Dreidel, Dreidel, Dreidel. I made it out of clay.
How'd you know?
Because we had to learn it when I was in elementary school.
Did you go to the JCC elementary school?
No, I went to a public elementary school, and I was not raised Jewish, but that was just, you learned that song as well.
My dog is Jewish.
That's Betty, nice.
Yeah, shalom.
Hello. She's having a good time. She's chilling.
Well, according to the Torah, just because her mother's not Jewish, so she's not officially Jewish. But in our family, we identify her as Jewish because I'm Jewish.
There you go. That's an option.
I'm just trying to help. So like, what else is left? I think there's nothing left over besides
water. There's a couple of $50 Walmart gift cards. There's a new Razer headset that you can use for your PC.
Razer's a scooter.
Razer is also a peripherals brand. They make mice, keyboards,
headsets.
Yep. Good stuff. I mean, they partnered with us for a long time. We have them on all over our desks here in the office.
With all these companies, there's already 50 companies, and we'll use that.
There's a ton, yeah.
This is the cell phones?
Yeah, there was the old Razer, the Motorola Razer cell phone, which came back like a year ago.
Razor Ramon? Remember the wrestler Razor Ramon?
I'm not a wrestling fan, but it doesn't surprise me.
I'm not a hockey fan. I know Wayne Gretzky. I respect the world.
Okay, but Wayne Gretzky is literally called the Great One.
Razor Ramon is called the bad guy, Razor Ramon.
I'm going to trust you on that. I'm sorry.
Do
you want the $50 Walmart gift card, or you want to keep playing? I think there's still some good prizes on the board. Your Cheez-Its are still up there.
What do you think I should do? It's the 50. I mean, let's be honest. I could buy a lot of Cheez-Its with $50.
You could buy a lot of Cheez-Its with $50.
But am I like a pussy if I just take it? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like not fun for the game, for all the millions of people watching.
Yeah.
They're going to be like, oh, boring.
I think there's still some good prizes on the board. I think there is an argument for you to keep playing.
I mean, I have nowhere to... My mom's not picking me up for another half hour, so I could keep going.
Okay. Does she still pay your cell phone bill?
Look at you. You watched some clips.
I watched some clips. I
like you. You're one of the good ones. Listen.
Yeah, hey, Frank Kelly tells me someone's coming in. I'm like, okay, I got to know who this is.
Listen, that means a lot. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's... we keep going?
Back to Betty. See, this is the right choice.
We're going to keep going.
We're going to keep going. Okay. So Taylor's going to say steal. We're going to keep playing. We're gonna go to round 2.
Do they hate me? Does Dreidel hate me?
Come on, Dreidel. First of all, Dreidel doesn't hate anybody.
That's like if I say like, do you think?
No, she's a sweet. No, honestly, you'll meet her after this probably. She's a sweetheart.
I met
I
her.
promise.
She's
You did?
cool.
Oh yeah, you went into her office. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a sweetheart. Trust me.
You dodged
Like
the
if
question.
anybody, you said, is she gonna hate
No, it's
me?
like
And I
saying,
said no.
it's like saying like, do you think I'm handsome? And then the girl goes like, I don't think anyone's ugly. You know what I mean?
That girl's lying. First of all, anybody. Yes. Okay. So round 2, 6 crates have got to go this time around.
If I win Cheez-Its, I just want you to know that I demand $50 worth of Cheez-Its, then I'll feel like, okay.
I can make that happen.
Okay.
I'll talk to our people.
Now I can confidently play. I
Yeah.
can take them to Walmart and be like, I bought these accidentally.
Yeah.
And I can
Just
get
be like, I know JC. Give me $50 of Cheez-Its.
JC Justin Timberlake. Is that
No.
JC?
Not that JC, but that yes.
He's not JC.
Yeah.
No, JC Chaze.
Yeah. Every time that trends on Twitter, which is like once every week, I always find it weird.
JC from NSYNC Trends?
Yes. Regularly.
Jesus Christ?
I mean, that one is kind of always
He's
trending.
Jewish. It's true.
I know it is. I grew up Catholic.
23 and me. Jesus is up there.
There you go.
That's true.
All right.
Respect. Hashtag respect.
So, yes. Most important part. Round 2, 6 have got to go. Where are we starting?
2.
Tell me where those strawberry waters are. That's where we
I
wanna
honestly
find right
don't
now.
want those.
That's fine.
I'll be
And we
upset.
want to find them right now. So we're hoping it's inside number 2.
I wish you had told me at the beginning, don't look for the good stuff. I just want to
Yeah.
acknowledge that I'm the Christopher
I
Columbus.
would like to acknowledge that Taylor wasn't supposed. Yeah, we're gonna go to number 2.
Wait, I should say I'm the Christopher Columbus. That's the bad. We don't like him. Who's like a good explorer that we like? Francis Drake. Sir Francis Drake. Is he canceled? Is he an
I
explorer?
don't know. I don't know.
You
Yeah.
ever play that video game where he's like his grandson helps you find things?
Yes.
Nathan Drake.
Yes.
Uncharted.
That's Uncharted. Yes.
Yeah.
Taylor knows his video games.
I know what's up. I played those during COVID.
The Apple Jacks Jumbo Snacks Pack.
I like
inside
those.
of crate number 2.
My mom has those at home. I don't need more, but I love them though.
All right.
Wait, what is that? Is cereal in a box without milk?
So they actually have made like bigger versions of a bunch of different kinds of cereal, and they get it, and you just get it in a bag as like a snack.
You see like
So
a
it's like
giant.
it's like a big
You see a giant Apple Jack?
Yep.
Why not?
They're actually pretty good. The Frosted Flakes one they do, the like Tiger Paws, are actually delicious.
Tiger paws?
So it's like a big puffed up, like tiger paw, with the frosting on it.
A
It's
tiger
really good.
paw? Like it's a frosted flake shaped like a tiger?
But it's like a big. It's like that big.
Do you know what he's talking about? Yeah. I don't understand. I sincerely don't understand.
Imagine.
Frosted Flakes is like
Yeah,
flakes.
right. Like, but it's not a flake in time. It's like a puff that's like this big, and it's frosted with the Frosted Flake frosting.
It's like they're great guy, the tiger, Tony.
Yeah.
And it tastes like a frosted flake, but it's
But it's
shaped like a
just
tiger head,
But it's like a paw, but it's just a snack.
and it's thick.
It's really
I don't
good.
understand.
We're gonna get them a box. We'll make it happen.
You have them here?
We might have some here hidden somewhere. I'm not gonna make any promises right now.
Is
but
Frank trying to kill all of you? Is that what's happening? Is he trying to make you
Frank's
all...
got a gun to my head.
This seems a very unhealthy food situation. They're very delicious. We love them.
They're good, honestly.
They're great.
That's not even like
They're
a
great.
sponsorship
They're
read.
great.
I've had them.
Tony,
They are great.
They're great. Do you get it?
Yeah,
Am I allowed to say that?
yeah. I think they'll be happy about it.
Hey, can we get Betty to be a sponsor for some kind of one of these things?
Let's put Betty on a jersey. I
need
we'll
to
try
sell
to
out my child. I'm at the point in my career where like there's a lot of people in show business. Can't tell you like there's a lot of actors and people and stuff. And then like they get like they older, then they have a kid, and they start. You know what? It's not gonna happen for me. I'm gonna have a cute kid.
Yeah.
Twins. You need twins though, because the child stars they need to hire people that can work for that hours.
There you go. So you can just swap them out. Nobody will know.
So I need to get like a clone of her. Can you
Mary
clone
Kane,
her?
actually. I think we're getting close to that. I've
Okay.
seen like sheep clones and stuff, so we'll make a Betty 2.0.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great.
Just a little software update. Okay, so
She's naked right now. Is that okay?
I think that's how that works. Normally, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Have I been supposed to like dress up my dogs when I take them out? Have I been doing it wrong?
I mean, she's wearing a vest. She doesn't have pants on. She's kind of trashy.
I think it's okay. No, you're not, Betty. You look great.
Betty.
Don't listen to him.
Betty. What do you do? Walk around naked on the internet, you filthy lady?
All right, what's up? Which one's next? Where are we going? We open number 2.
Am I the first in-person guest you've had?
Mm-hmm.
Is this never gonna happen again? Am I ruining it?
No.
don't know
I get lonely in here, so this could go terribly, and I'm gonna be like, please give me somebody to hang out with. In the
Well, we're
studio.
doing that. So
Yeah.
okay. All right. Shoot number 20.
Number 20. All right, we need a good pull here. We need one of those lower tier prizes. It's the Pop-Tarts pack inside of number 20. So starting round 2 strong, a couple of those white tier prizes. Still got the gift cards on the table. Still got the headset. Still got another Series E jersey. What are we thinking? Where are we going next?
Let's do number 10.
Number 10. I think Betty likes number 10. Here, I think this is a good.
How
I think
dare
this is a
you?
good
Don't
pick.
assume.
No, I think it's a good.
Don't
pick.
assume what my dog
I
likes.
was wrong.
Fuck you, buddy.
The Razer Wireless.
How dare
Black Shark V2 Pro. I know. How dare I speak for
you made
Betty?
me
I'm
curse
sorry.
in front of my child? That's how much you upset me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Wait, let me just keep the gift card.
The gift cards are still up there. You can still win the gift card.
No, but I want to go back to my deal. Just like keep the gift card.
Well, you passed up the deal the first time, so you're gonna just have to hope it's available and that
I listened.
decide-
It's because I listened to you. I try to be fun for the millions of people watching.
You know, I try not to.
No, you pressured me. You're like, "This is fun. This is gonna keep." There's a lot of stuff up there. There's an argument that
I
can be
lied.
made.
I told Taylor at the beginning of the show that this was gonna be fun, and I lied to him.
Can I just-
I have to admit
Can
that.
I
I'm
have that
sorry.
jersey behind you with the Pringles?
I mean, if you win a Series E jersey, yeah. Or you can even get, if you don't want Pringles, you can get a Cheez-It jersey.
There's a Cheez-It jersey like
There's
that
a
one.
Cheez-It jersey like that.
Okay, but it's not on here.
Yeah, it is the Series E jersey of your choice. It's on there.
Ah,
Promise you. Come on, I played a lot of Deal or Steal. I know what's on the table. Don't try and come in here and run my game show, Taylor. Come on.
All right.
Okay.
Sorry, you're being very patient. I appreciate it.
I'm having a good
This
time.
is scary.
I'm having fun. It's a very high pressure environment.
I'm in a pandemic.
Yeah. Which one are we picking next? 3 down this round, 3 to go.
Number 17.
Number 17. We need a good one here. We don't want the jersey in here. We don't want the gift cards. We don't want the Cheez-It. We want that.
Yeah, fuck
The
that.
Splash water pack. One of those two.
Am I allowed
off
to
the
talk
table.
trash about them, or we still pretend we like
We
them?
love, I mean, hey, we love Splash. We appreciate their support. They make
Yeah.
a great product, but
Yeah.
Taylor's got plenty of water. I think he's doing just fine. He is well hydrated.
Yeah. Thank you, Nestle. We love your water, Nestle.
Thank you. 2 more this round.
Number 11.
Number 11. All right. We're hoping for another good prize in here. Give me the other Splash water pack, and there it is.
How?
They're
What do
both
you,
off the table.
What do you say to them? You're like, okay, we need you to be the shitty prize no one wants.
It's just is the lower monetary value prize. That's all.
But maybe that's a commercial for them. Like, we don't cost a lot of money,
Yeah.
so they love it. You're like, this thing is really cheap.
Reasonable price.
And it's delicious and
Hydrate you.
cheap.
Yeah,
So we're giving them the best commercial they can get.
definitely.
It tastes
And
so
we're advertising
good,
them to gamers. Yeah.
and it's cheap.
Yeah.
Interesting. I
Taylor-
just learned
Taylor
how
gets it. Taylor
I just
gets
learned
it.
how the business works.
He put it together.
So don't buy an Xbox, you guys. It costs a lot of money.
Yes, let's go with that.
I can't find them anywhere. How did you get them? Did you steal that? Literally?
I know a guy.
Where do
I
you
know a
even
guy.
steal it from?
I wouldn't steal.
Did you know you can't go into
Do
Target?
I look like a thief, Taylor?
I don't know.
Don't answer that.
Did you know you can't walk into Target and buy an Xbox?
That sounds about right.
Like I called there to try to get something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like a mom. I called Target to see if they had something available, and then they on like the recording before you could talk to someone, they said you may not buy Xbox or PS5 in our store. You can pick it up only, but you can't buy it.
They're popular.
But I was
Makes
excited. I was like, this is my chance to bring one to a not well
And
child.
then we just had to dash those hopes very
But
early in
and
the
it's
game.
nice to know that it is in this building somewhere,
Mm-hmm.
and I just know that you guys are gonna do the right thing, and I think that's great.
I think we will too. One more crate to open this round before I have my next deal for you, which is, what's the last one we're opening round 2?
16.
16. All right.
What happened to the one I picked? The 15.
15 is set aside. We set it aside for you. If we get to the end of the game, Oh, the Cheez-It pack.
But I could. That's my $50 of Cheez-Its.
But there's still the Walmart gift cards are still up there, so you can still maybe pick your own flavors and go to Walmart. So we'll see. I'll call Walmart, see if they have the burnt ones for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So there's still some options here. So
this is wild.
2 rounds down. I've got a deal for you here. I offered you the first time around the $50 Walmart gift card. You said no.
Yeah.
And then you said, wait, can I go back? I want that deal again.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to give it to you this time.
I get it.
How about an Esports Arena mystery box? You were hoping, and again, I can make no promises that an Xbox Series S will be in there, but it is a possibility.
What else could be there? Like Cheez-Its?
Esports Arena merch, some other cool stuff. I don't put these together. I'm just a guy who sits down and talks.
Do you know does someone know what's in there right now?
There are people who know what would go in there, yes. But it's a mystery.
Let me tell you, was this decided before I gave my speech about how I pretend I'm going to give it to a sick child? Or do you think they believe that I would give my prize to a sick child?
Why wouldn't we believe you?
Right? I'm a guy with a tiny dog. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. Come on. Have faith.
So by options there's no other mystery box available.
I mean, technically, yeah. They're not going to be in any more crates, so you can only win the mystery box in a deal. But we have one more round to go after this if you don't take the deal, right? So if you say steal, we'll open 3 more crates. I will have a final deal for you then based on what's still available. And then if you don't take that one, then we open number 15 and you get what's in 15.
Is the mystery box possible to come back from my next deal?
Yeah. Depending on what is still available, sure.
Can you agree that the most smartest move I can make right now is to take this mystery box?
That is certainly an argument you can make.
Now I know what you mean by that's an argument you can make. Is what you mean is I'm not telling you.
I'm here.
I could have left an hour ago with my fucking Xbox.
I'm in a weird spot. It's a win-win no matter what prize you go home with. And
That's not true. I could have got a bunch of peach water.
I would certainly like you to win what you want to win, but at the same time, I have to be impartial here. I'm running the show. I can't be seen to be playing favorites. You know, it's not my. That's not my job.
Was that a choo-choo train?
That was a choo-choo train.
This place is fun. I think I need to go for the mystery box.
You want to take it? You're thinking deal?
No, I'm tremendously anxious about this whole thing.
I don't blame you.
And I need someone to watch my dog while I'm in San Antonio this weekend, if anyone's willing to do that. I haven't found a person to watch my dog. I have to leave tomorrow. Will you watch my dog for the weekend?
Sure.
Do you mean that?
I don't know. I'm
You're
busy
lying
all
to me.
weekend.
You just lied to me.
I
See?
know. I'm sorry.
I
just want Taylor to like me.
Is there HR here?
That's all.
Is there HR?
We'll call DJ Paychecks. We'll get.
DJ Paychecks is Human Resources?
Yes.
Is it a DJ?
It's just a nickname.
His nickname is him or him?
Him, yeah.
His nickname is DJ Paychecks.
Yes.
Is his real name Paychecks?
Yes.
I don't trust you.
I wouldn't trust me either, because you got to remember, I'm here to be impartial. I'm not here to help you.
So there could be trash in this box.
No,
too.
we would never give. Come on, we wouldn't give you trash.
I just don't want the peach water.
Frank wouldn't allow it. Okay.
Can I make a deal that I'll take the box as long as there's no way there's peach water in it?
I think I can make that happen. What do you think?
I'm gonna do it.
You're gonna take the deal?
But if I wait till the next mystery box, is the next mystery box better than this mystery box?
I mean, the mystery. If I theoretically offered you a mystery box in the next deal, it would likely be the same as what it would be right now.
I gotta just take this mystery box. I feel like that's the best move I can make in this life. But I want to have the opportunity though to take it back if I don't like it. Though that's important to me. Deal.
Okay, we're gonna go Esports Arena mystery box. That was a roller coaster ride, but that is deal or steal, ladies and gentlemen. Just for curiosity's sake.
I can't. This is really. I'm gonna cry after
Let's
this.
open up number 15. I want to see what you picked here at the start. And it's the Series E jersey of your choice.
I could have had literally a Pringles jersey. That's rad.
Yeah.
I would
Or
love
cheese it,
that.
Yeah.
Betty, stop trying to eat my sweater, Betty.
Betty just wants to say hello to the people at home.
Betty, everyone follow at Betty the Puppy Doggy on the internet on Instagram. Not with the IE, but Gogggy.
Also follow Taylor on Twitter and Instagram at Taylor Comedy.
Oh yeah.
As well. So you can see what Taylor's got going on.
I have a
see some good
TikTok
pictures.
that is blowing up right now. Taylor Comedy.
On the way up. Okay.
Blowing up.
All right. Taylor, thank you.
Oh wait, I'm done?
For Deal or Steal, yeah.
Wait, where's my fucking box?
We got to put it together. We got to do a little, little elbow grease, put in some work, make sure it's nice for you. It's not like preset.
We're not announcing it now?
No, it's a mystery.
When do I get it? Today?
No.
I'm not
Probably
kidding.
today.
It's not part of the show?
No. Well, I don't typically have people in the studio. This is the first time.
So the show ends like, I don't know what he got. Thanks for watching.
You got an Esports Arena Mystery Box. It's for you, not for them.
Oh, I thought it's going to be like, here you go. Then I go, bow, bow, you know?
No. we open it up and it's just, a couple of, Snickers wrappers and nothing else. Yeah. There'll be some good stuff in there.
But do they ever find out what I got?
If you put it up on Twitter or whatever, if you want to, you certainly could. But
if you would like to know, which camera, that one? If you'd like to know what I bought, please Venmo me $100, and I'd be happy to tell you what I got in the box.
There you go. That is Taylor Williamson here for some Deal or Steal. Again, if you are in the San Antonio area and you want to go see him this weekend against September 24th to 26th at Laugh Out Loud Comedy Club in San Antonio, tickets still available at LOL San Antonio. Follow him on Twitter and Instagram. Taylor, thanks so much for joining me. And
this is really fun, and I hope
I'm glad you had a good time.
I hope that neither of us are fired now because of everything. And I'm sorry Betty was out of control.
Yeah, Betty really kind of let loose, but that's okay. It was fun.
Is it weird that I brought my dog to this?
No. That's like the 5th time he's asked me, and I assure you.
Can you tell her what you love about her?
I think you have really pretty eyes, Betty. You're very cute.
Not doing me though.
That's a bit of an ask. That's going to be it.
If you'd like to audition to host Deal or Steal, please Venmo me $100,
yes.
And I'll connect your demo reel with the.
And Betty says hello one more time.
Okay. Thanks for having me. This is really fun.
That's it, folks. Series E coming up here in a minute.
Series E. Series E.
Series E.
Series E. Series E.
Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
Series E Apex Legends starts right now. All right, welcome everybody to Series E. Super excited to be here this week because, as you all know, we did have that fumble last week. All the servers were down. We couldn't get anything going. And so now we are into the final week of Series E Season 3. I'm Jamerson, joined once again by Tom, T-Square, Taylor, and Tom. It's great to be back, and it's the final week of Series E.
It is. Fumble's a nice way to put it. I would say absolute implosion of the servers is exactly what happened last week. But we're back. It kind of stabled out yesterday, so it's nice. But yeah, you're right. Final week here. It's the finale of the open day. And we've already seen Team Intel come through in the ALGS, just absolutely slapped to qualify. I'm looking forward to see what other teams are going to be able to step it up. But because we lost last week, that is a struggle for the teams trying to sneak into 4th place and replace Team Pop-Tarts.
That's right. That means there's only 12 games left. 6 today and 6 tomorrow during the pro night for our squads that are sitting there on the bubble or just on the cusp of securing a spot in Season 4 without having to play through the relegations. But let's talk about the action for today. It is the open night, so our 9 partnered squads will be facing off against 11 open registration teams. We have $500 on the line, $350 going to first place, and $150 going to second place. The point distribution, it's going to be ALGS format, of course. 12 points are awarded to first place, all the way down to 15th, which will get you 1 point. And every single kill point you get in the game will get you 1 point as well. And at the end of the day, after 6 games, whoever has the most points will be walking away the victor. Let's talk about the squads that will be joining our partnered squads tonight. And we have a lot of notable names. This week around, we do have the bench warmers coming in. They had a pretty decent performance throughout the qualifiers, which happened 2 weeks ago. And so we'll see. Maybe this is the week, that they're going to get all plugged in. They're going to have some good practice going into the weekend. They are going to be one of our major competitors. I think we're going to be keeping a close eye on throughout the night, Tom.
I feel like Benchwarmers is the type of team that with more pressure, they're going to become a diamond because they have what it takes to do really well in the ALGS. And right now they're just still trying to qualify, but they are a very seasoned team and they're definitely a very deadly team. It's just a matter of when they're going to put it together, like you were saying. So they're fighting for their landing spot. They're continuously trying to adjust their strategy. All three of these players went to different landing spots before, so they're not really as used to it, and they're trying to really become a cohesive unit. You also have RCO, who's really solid, Sniper Meta. Maybe these teams aren't on the same level as Benchwarmers, but you also have really good, grinders in terms of the rank playlist with Leave No Witness, with Jetski, 6xZs as well. And there's the leaderboard. Team Splash, Team Cheez-It, Applejacks, really in the running. Rockstar and Rice Krispies, a lot of work. I don't know if Rice Krispies is going to be able to make it.
Yeah, I don't think it's mathematically feasible unless you're dropping like a somehow 40 bomb every single game throughout the rest of the qualifiers being this far down. So Rockstar, they have a chance, but they need to be firing on all cylinders. Just like Rice Krispies, they need to have a massive performance in almost every game, being 109 points down from Team Pop-Tarts. But the big race, it's going to be Pop-Tarts, Splash, and Cheez-It that we're really going to keep an eye on. As we've been seeing, Team Splash and Team Cheez-It, they have been on the up and up. Team Pop-Tarts, they just need to maintain this position. So it's all about making sure every single game for Team Pop-Tarts, putting down 5, maybe 6 points. So trying to secure yourself about 8th or 7th in the lobby along with a few kill points. We'll see if they can maintain that today. But we do know it's the open night. Team Intel, currently, of course, our first place team in the lobby. This is where they absolutely shine.
It's just because of the way that they play and the composition that they played. If you haven't got the memo that you should be considering Valkyrie cost to Gibby, well, look at the way that Verhulst was able to play Valkyrie. Look at the way that TSM won the Grayson Allen 15K yesterday. They've even adapted and they've even changed. So with the nerfs happening to Octane, the jump pad, the bounce pad isn't nearly as useful. It's still okay. It's still fun to play with, but you're going to be seeing a lot of different changes. And I would like to see people get up to date with what's going on. Yes, Caustic isn't very fun to play. It's something that's unorthodox and you're not used to your Valkyrie rotations, but it's something that can be really, really useful if you're on top of your game, and Intel is on top of their game.
Yeah, we get to see on these open nights that, the rotations come out a little bit slower for a lot of our teams. And so that allows Team Intel, surprisingly enough, on some circles that don't even favor them, to be able to Valk rotate into some of the priority positions, some of the god spots that will be there. And overall, their shot calling, their fragging, everything has been looking on point when it comes down to these pro nights. When we were looking at, when we were watching them throughout the qualifiers for the ALGS as well, they were just so good. And consistent throughout the day. And I think that's the main takeaway for me, that they have been able to maintain consistency across these games. And so right now we are getting game number 1 set up. We've got 6 matches, like we said, all going to be played on World's Edge. We're just waiting for that one. An important thing to note, we were talking about, of course, our open squads, and one of the teams that we were looking at was the Benchwarmers. Now, I believe that they were dropping at Fragment West throughout the qualifiers, but
Correct.
That's going to be kind of difficult in the future when you know that Complexity has made the call to go for Fragment West as well. I mean, I think that's one of the main reasons why now Cloud9 have completely abandoned it and they've taken Climatizer on the Northeast.
I get it. Fragment's a really strong spot. It's central, and if you're able to get your rotations off, that's really great. But 50-50 is the last thing that you want to do. Yesterday, we saw them 50-50 against Complexity a handful of times, and I think Complexity was getting kind of handled a little bit unless they were fighting at construction buildings. So they have, a big learning curve in terms of going Fragment. They're all really skilled and talented, like we mentioned, but you don't want to really risk it if you are trying to qualify. So it's going to be interesting to see who's going to challenge them, because they're going to be the best team in the lobby 9 times out of 10, if not 10 times out of 10 when it comes to landing Fragment. but the other teams, they would be risking a lot by going and challenging them because they've showed what they're made of. So it's going to be interesting to see how they go about it, because Hal was catching on and was laying some cover fire across, and then Monsoon knocked him and backed him off over there. But they were getting a pretty solid loot over on that west side, so it completely makes sense. But it's a matter of how are they going to play individually and together, because they all kind of pop off, but it seems like they're not really gelling as much as they should be. Some days they're absolutely dominating. Some days they struggle to kind of get it together. Yesterday was one of those days, again, when you're 50-50 and you don't really have an opportunity to even get your legs underneath you.
Yeah, a lot of adjustments that you have to make for, especially when you're kind of competing in that lobby. Going 3v3 up against complexity is no easy task whatsoever, but then always having the looming threat, like you mentioned, of TSM over at Frag East makes it a very scary proposition, to say the least. But I like that they're sticking to their guns, that, it isn't just hey, we're only doing this for qualifiers because it's easier to, establish a dropping position for yourself on qualifying nights, right? Usually you can just get away scot-free for it and not have to 50-50, but now they're playing the long game. They want to make sure that they secure it in the future, but I don't know if Complexity will give it up that easy. We'll see if they maybe try to go up to Survey or fight Cloud9 for Climatizer, take back that portion of the map. It's very interesting. It's been a pretty long lull, I would say, in competitive Apex when you had all the major teams competing since Champs. So I'm excited once we do get back into the full swing of things to see how all of this kind of works out.
It's just funny to me that the rich get richer, right? Because TSM's like, okay, well, now we got two teams that are basically taking each other out over towards the west side. And if we really wanted to, we could go and get those kills. So it's just weird to me watching teams fight for the 50-50 and trying to establish themselves when TSM's already established. I know they're not in the lobby today, but they're going to be here tomorrow, right? So they've established themselves and they have so many different options. If you watch them play, they're very rarely even worried about going for that third party because they're just moving on another level. They're Valkyrieing, they're making rotations, they're picking up kills along the way, and they really put on a great performance yesterday. I think Snipedown is really starting to come into his own. He shows up at the right times, and it's interesting to watch him play Caustic instead of Bloodhound as we take a look at our first 50-50. Speaking of it, it's going to be Applejacks over towards the Thermal Station side.
And Applejack's no strangers to having this 50-50 over at Thermal this time around, though they do have some fill-ins, as it looks like the push is coming out from that squad trying to catch out Hero, who already used his bubble, and so they know that cooldown's going to be gone. The rest of Applejack's now starting to show up. Oso Rated R is here. Blueberry Smalls, he's got the flatline, he's got the Rampage to work with now as they fully regroup. They're inside the circle building now. A little bit shallow on that barrel, not going to get much value off of it as Gordo gets that first knock onto Blueberry. Oso Rated R shows up a little bit late to finally get the trade. Now it's going to be down to a 1v2 in favor of Taipan Esports here. Oh, he got the knock. Hero coming back, bringing this to a 1v1, wow. And Hero lives up to his name, keeping Applejacks alive with just 5 HP. How incredible is that?
The value of the Gibby R9 EVA 8-2 compared to just the RE45. I mean, it's so tough to take down the Gibby once he gets his arm shield back, but the way that he utilized that and the amount of damage that he did throughout all of that fight, you could see 200 from Oso Rated, but you have to have so much damage coming out from Hero because you saw the EVA 8 shots were just laying in. Blueberry, like you said, is throwing barrels to go and watch his back. All of the action was in front of him as we take a look at the zone and see where it's pulling. It's going to be pretty interesting to watch all these teams from the south side rotate over towards Lava Siphon and where teams are going to start to gatekeep over there, because this zone looks like it could heavily pull down there. I mean, right now I'm looking over towards the 2 respawns, kind of where RCO is playing. That could be a good spot, or you could kind of continue to play the backhand side.
Yeah, there's a slight chance that this one can go up to the blue bins just north of that choke. And so we'll see if teams try to favor and hold that position right now, as it looks like we do have RKT making their rotate through now, all the way across Lava Siphon now, as they make their way over to that one of the respawn buildings that you were talking about. There is a player, there's another full squad actually showing up, but they decide to give up the building and allow RKT to take this. Throughout the rotation, though, I believe we saw maybe a small skirmish taking place to the north. Matt Pickett, I think is what I saw, facing off against some other teams.
Good to see Pickett back. One of our players, formerly on Team Rockstar, coming through on one of the open teams over here. Pringles in second place overall on the cumulative leaderboard, finds themselves in No Name trying to take on a fight. Rampage, Eva 8. Jamerson, I'm a big fan of the Rampage. I was, admittedly pretty bad with it, and now I'm inspired by watching everybody else use it.
Yeah, initially the fire rate, right, when it's not all charged up, got me a little bit worried. But once you get used to it, it feels pretty good, the rhythm of it. And then once you put in that thermite, it goes absolutely wacky right now. Fury, though, was trying to find an angle, and they're considering maybe going for this push. They do have double purple armors. Presley is sitting on that white, unfortunately. But there is an opportunity. If they can get some decent armor checks on this squad to make the push. Arcstar in, the door's already griefed. Doesn't look like he gets a connect on that one for now, but he's got plenty of other ammo to pick up, as they're going to go ahead and move out and give away that building. They're just going to go ahead and start playing for the choke. Speaking of a team that's in a pretty decent position, it's going to be Cheez-It and are in Grandma's house right now. You can see all the teams trying to get the priority buildings. Everything has been taken up right now.
It's going to be a really fun zone and an interesting combination to not have the Caustic here and to go with Wraith instead, so you can have kind of double rotations moving forward. I can't wait to see which way this is going to pull, because it could go over towards Grandma's house. It could eventually go over towards those respawns. It could go over towards the choke like we were talking about and the bins. And whatever happens, someone's going to have to push through that choke, and there's going to be a lot of teams waiting for him.
Moosin tries to send out a volley, actually gets punished for it. He's going to be forced to pop that Phoenix kit, but no one's really punishing that quite yet. Sniper meta find themselves in a fight as they try to push into Dorito building. Looks like they will be able to get it and stay safe for now. A lot of teams are not going to try and punish this just because there are so many squads in the area right now. It's right for third parties, so you got to be careful. Be very cautious about your timing when you go in for third parties.
It's a big thermite there from Holiday. Griefing one of the two Dorito doors is going to be fairly annoying for them as they're trying to survive. But what a job just staying alive there by Blight. Temporarily thought he was going to go down, but just not enough damage coming in over towards the backside. And I believe the door had a caustic barrel in it, and they shot that just in time as they could squeeze by. So now RCO going to coexist with a lot of these other teams. But it's really coming down to how this zone's going to play out. And this is a very slow game. If you've been new to the open day, this is a little bit slower than we anticipate. I mean, a lot of teams like to fight. They like to 50-50. But right now, it seems like everybody's getting ready and preparing for the ALGS and the current meta that's coming up after the updates happen.
Yeah, one of those teams that typically likes to try to play for center zone is Benchwarmers, actually finding some kills throughout all of this, I believe, on to some members of 6XZs. If we can check in with the Benchwarmers, that would be great, because I feel like they should have had priority on one of these rotates, right, on one of these buildings if they wanted to. And so they are not actually going to take that. They're going to go ahead and just play edge with this composition. And so coming from Fragment West, going down to Harvester instead, they are looking for the frags. They are looking for the kills. They do have one person spotted out, but the bubble is there, and the charge rifle just tickles away for Rambo, who's already sitting on a purple armor, 500 damage away from getting the red for himself.
So this is the composition that Benchwarmers is electing to play, which is a little bit more old school. Madness is switching off of, Octane and thinking, what do you play here? Well, if you play this, you're going to be playing edge. And the only difference is you're going to be portaling in for your third parties. And that's the case right now on the open day, especially. You want to go and take and try to get as many fights as possible if you're feeling like you're one of the strongest teams here. The problem is for Benchwarmers right now, they're going to be surprised how many teams are actually set up inside the middle right now, coexisting in the buildings, and they're not going to be looking for the fights or finding the fights that they're looking for. So it's not going to be as big of a game as Benchwarmers is hoping for, but I like the thought process. They're one of the strongest team fighting teams here. You might as well play that type of composition. How is this competition going to do when it actually comes to the high-level lobbies on Pro Day or in the ALGS? Still remains to be seen.
Team Pop-Tarts outside of the train tracks over by Siphon right now has to be careful. They've already used their bubble. Z Davis backing away into this choke, and now this is a worrying position to be in. I mean, it feels safe, but we knew that Benchwarmers were just there over at Harvester at any point. If they realize that this is an isolated fight, it will go ahead and send it on to them. So Z Davis needs to do a good job of keeping an eye on their back, and you can see Rambo just getting the connect onto Lion there. It was almost a full connect as that blue armor was cracked and they're backing away. They're starting to show some weakness, and I think this might be the go call for Benchwarmers to try and push this squad.
So speaking of Legends compositions, again, we've seen Pop-Tarts change a handful of different times. We've seen Lion rock a handful of different Legends. Z Davis, he's had amazing moments on Valkyrie overall. But this is going to be a straight-up same composition, same style of fight right here. And this is big for Team Splash and the rest of the teams that are behind Pop-Tarts. If Benchwarmers can take them out right here, the other teams are going to get excited about their chances.
Oh, RSS are trying to push into... I believe this was, what, RCO that was holding this building now? I'm going to go ahead and toss in all the utility that they can. They've got a barrel covering it as well, but Shosuke gets burned down, gets taken out. And now they are left into a 2v2. No, they finish off the squad. Just like that, they are gone, but they still need to get Shosuke up. Bubbles already been used now as Team Pop-Tarts are in that fight up against the Benchwarmers. Bubbles have been used from either side now. Lion's the first one to go down. Rambo picks him up, and just like that, Benchwarmers are starting to heat up. We are down to 15 squads here in the second zone.
If you blinked, if you went to go grab some Pop-Tarts, you missed it because Team Pop-Tarts just got obliterated by the Benchwarmers. Now everybody's going to be stoked. That's trying to catch up as we now have all hell breaking loose over towards this choke. This was what I was waiting for, these teams to actually fight and start eliminating each other. And Pringles finding one of our open teams, making it look fairly easy. I mean, that team fight, though, from Benchwarmers was just so clean. Pop-Tarts has to be scratching their head.
Yeah, I mean, I said it as soon as we saw that crack onto Lion with a charge rifle out from Rambo. You saw Benchwarmers starting to set up for their push. It was a little bit scary because there was another team actually waiting in the wings to come in for the third party, but because it was a clean team fight, you do not get that third party invitation. Now, as Pringles try to push up to this choke, they do have a lot of caustic barrels to get through, but this will be their spot for them. They've got the Black Market Boutique set up as well. So it does look like it reaches into the Dorito building where we saw that fight taking place just beforehand as well. So that's the nice thing about running the Loba. We don't get to see it often. You got to be careful, Fury, there. Okay, he does back away. But setting up that Black Market Boutique can get you so much value. Make sure you have extra nades, all the ammo that you could ever want as well. But Fury's kind of missing out on that right now. He's got 100 bullets total for that Rampage currently.
I like the thought process. You can do a lot of different things with this composition because, like you said, you're going to be able to continuously have loot. We saw Loba from our EU teams yesterday and utilizing it pretty decently, but you have to be able to, execute with Loba. That's the problem. The get out of jail free card isn't as good as the other Legends, so you have to be pretty smart about it. And you can also Valkyrie into the zone and not be low on resources, which tends to be a lot of the problem when you do get in the middle, like these zones that we currently see with a lot of teams setting up over towards that no-name area. See what you're going to have with the charge rifle still from Madness in hand. I mean, Benchwarmers, they found 2 good fights over towards the edge, and this is their style. I'm excited to see how they continue to utilize this because they could eventually pop off and feel really good about their current situation. But right now, we're looking at Team Razer, another one of those teams that's playing the edge, and these 2 teams could eventually meet up head-to-head at the choke.
Yeah, they have control of the North Choke right now. The Lava Siphon Choke, though, that's being played by the Benchwarmers, as we do have finally the third ring revealing itself. A lot of our teams were just playing passively until they got that information. So if we can bring up the map at some point, it does look like it is going to continue to favor down towards Lava Siphon side, those buildings. But there is still a small chance that this one can pull up north. Now, Razer starting to actually move out, or Zero Tricky just trying to get information over on the other side, and it looks like that's exactly what's going on. I like that he's still keeping an eye on that western edge, and for good reason. There is actually a team starting to creep up there as he turns his back to them right now. So this is kind of scary for Team Razer. As you can see, Z Proficiency, 00 Negative, and Carnage Cowboy are looking for it, and we have a good look at the ring. So those buildings, we see why so many teams got there as quickly as they could in the early game.
You gotta give credit to teams like Rice Krispie Treats who had the early Valkyrie rotation going forward. But if you're Razer right now, you're really hoping for fights because they're always looted and zooted, ready to go. You can see gold armor, gold mag on the R301, EVA 8 in the back pocket. So they're trying to melt teams. It's just a matter of who's going to come over towards our way. And they're worried about the third parties now because this is starting to become a little bit more congested that they were hoping for. 15 squads going into Zone 3 isn't typically what you see in Game 1 on the open day. So everybody playing extremely disciplined. Splash, we saw again, Team Pop-Tarts get eliminated. This is their chance. They have a good building, but they need to make sure that they clear this top floor out. Caustic barrels are going to be huge for Malice. He needs to take his time getting up there. But he takes a decent amount of damage along the way. Still with the gold armor, he can pop a couple of cells and get right back into this one. But he's going to just have to finger roll these up the railing and hopefully not get ripped.
Now, they do also have to be careful playing around these doors, playing around the windows. You can see the teams over by Grandma's house trying to poke away at them, so that's why they back off into this corner. Probably trying to get some more barrels up. It's Rice Krispies on the other side of this fight. Bubble up. That means that's the push onto the stairs. They got the crack onto that Gibby now. First kill onto Gibby. Taking him out. Luciana picks that one up. But he's low himself. He needs a quick armor swap. It looks like it's just going to buy them enough time to use that Phoenix kit for now. They just need to wait for that respawn sound, and then they're going to go for that push. But as they try to make their way outside, they're getting slowed down by these barrels. The team over on the other side, Team Cheese It, that's the team over by Grandma's house that are picking up some free kills throughout all of this. Rice Krispie Treats will be able to secure a few kills, but now Splash just down to Mamba, and he's down to 5 HP. He will go down. RKT do survive. They will be able to pick up the banner, but will they be able to safely get the res? You can see Cheese It. They are chomping at the bit here. They want to get this last kill.
Cheese It's in a great spot. Picking up Grandma's house is just super ideal here. We see a lot of our top teams do that. And I love the head on the swivel type of play that they're doing, right? Everybody's checking the angles, making sure no one's pushing. Moosin's been watching over towards the geyser side for quite some time. Tough break, though, for Splash. They really needed to take that fight. As we take a look at another fight happening over towards the outside, finally, Razer was able to take a team out over towards the choke. This is the rotation that becomes extremely difficult, though. The building that RCO is locking down for a while is going to have still a team in it, and it could still be RCO throughout this entire time. So Razer's going to have to make their way over towards the outside of this building and play on the left-hand side. That's really the only option, but the question is how many teams are going to actually focus them. Everyone's been holding on their defensive bombardments. Everyone's been holding on their grenades. Razer's going to be in a tough spot.
Team Intel on the south side of the ring right now as they found a small skirmish, picked up a few kills themselves. Defensive bombardment and bubble has been used, and it got a knock onto a different Rambo here, so they will go ahead and try and push off of that now. The scan out, so they do have to be careful just a bit as they make this approach. Bubble has been used by Dupe to make the infiltrate. They go in for the flank just behind them, two of them. That's the first knock onto Icy River, and Boney Tony will fall down. Team Intel have cleared out the south side now. Looks like they will have control over this bridge, or is there another team still competing for it? Looks like it's currently vacant. I love how quickly Verholz shifted to securing this rotate for them.
Exactly, and also he threw the thermite. Bubble went down towards the door, and he decides that he's going to jetpack in over towards the other door. But look at the timing that Intel had when they infiltrated the building. They had Dupe go through one door, and then Skittle and Verholz go through the other at the exact same time. And the confidence they had once they started baiting and switching and realizing how much damage they were outputting is just a testament to how good they actually are. And that doesn't matter what team it is, that team is still going to actually get melted throughout that situation. And they're able to reset so fast with the armor swaps without taking any damage. Plus, they still have Caustic and Skittle Cakes there as the backup. So Intel showing what they're made of. And there's the move that Razer had to do. We were talking about it. Hakula portals through over towards the building. And now they're playing on that left side, also on the roof. But fortunately for them, they already cleared out their back, and they just have to focus on what's in front of them.
Yeah, they're keeping an eye on the south right now to see if any teams come through that choke. And last we saw, Benchwarmers, remember they won that fight up against Team Pop-Tarts there, but we have not seen them since. On board with Team Pringle, still trying to control this choke for now. They got a first knock. Jet Ski going down. It's going to be brought down to a 3v2. Pringle still well and healthy, spotting out the Gibraltar on the left-hand side, but it's the right flank that they have to worry about getting pushed, as it looks like they will be able to get that knock, but they do lose out on one, and they've already used the bubble. It's going to be a quick armor swap for Phony. Can they recover Presley here? They still have to worry about this lone Gibraltar off to the side, but it looks like they will have the moment to get him back up. So Team Pringle survive for now. They do it in time as well. A minute to reestablish themselves and consider how they're going to walk in with this one. We know how hard it can be to play off these chokes when you have to slide down this hill, Tom.
Hopefully, Phony on Gibraltar is strong enough to push this replicator into the zone just a little bit more so they can get some more loot, but they're going to be A-okay. They have the black market if they need to. They have all of these boxes as well. Big fight there from Pringles, and a great job, again, baiting and switching, understanding where the zone was going to be, because if they fell back over towards that crevice and the zone was still creeping up on them, they would have took a lot of damage. So that little head glitch that they had right there, also the safe haven avoiding teams like Benchwarmers, is really key. So a nice job just staying alive in a very desperate situation. This is where things are going to get absolutely crazy. Once Zone 5 closes, all these teams are most likely going to fight.
It looks like maybe a corner of the Benchwarmers building is in right now, this respawn building. Inside the bathroom of all places as well, the armor swaps being set up for them. They know that they need to hold down this position. There's going to be a lot of teams still coming in. We saw Team Intel already actually making their way up from that bridge side. You can see one player already holding that position for now, as Benchwarmers are trying their best to just keep teams at bay, keep them away from here. We're going to have Cheez-It rotating in from the east as well. 3 teams converging on this building now. Rambo hits the Beast of the Hunt. He's going to have the scans as he goes out first. He's got to be careful. Backs off and he goes down. Skittlecakes gets the knock onto him, and that's going to be the instant thirst as well. Dupe coming in to clean that one up. Now Benchwarmers are just down to 2, trying to survive this madness. Decides he's going to get aggressive off this as Aves found a knock onto Dupe, and you can see they are answering right on back, but Team Pringles are now getting pushed from all angles here. They're just down to Fury, as the Presley and Phony have been finished off, and Cheez-It have fallen as well. I believe Team Intel might have been knocked out, and now Fury is the last man standing for Team Pringles. He gets taken out. Baby Thule will pick that one up. Team Razer with a nice move in. Got a nice spot to play off of underneath this building here, as it looks like the respawn is coming in for Madness and the Benchwarmers.
What a crazy turn of events right there. If they can end up getting the res, that's going to be huge for them. But I thought that was a great flank. The problem is they bailed immediately on that situation, and then all of a sudden 2 more teams decided that they wanted to go and converge on that building. But Razer looks like they're getting converged on too after making their way over towards the choke. Look at the jump shots coming in from Zeratricky, backing these players off without taking any damage throughout all of that. Hakulo is going to heal up with the battery as well, but that was really interesting over towards that respawn building. And I thought that maybe if Madness's team Benchwarmers sat in over towards the toilet, that all hell was going to break loose below them. But at the same time, they want to protect their building, so that's why they decided they wanted to get aggressive, and they ended up doing a pretty decent job of it overall, besides the fact that Rambo was taken down. Razer, I'm really surprised that they didn't get pressured when they pushed over towards the choke, but they've made it work.
Yeah, now the final ring, 1 minute and 55 seconds as it closes in on our 5 remaining full teams as well. 1 large building still in, and Razer are trying to find their time to start moving and creeping up from cover to cover. They have been spotted out. They've got a team above them in this Dorito building as well. So much action has been taking place here. Now Team Razer, they're trying to bide their time for this bubble. And it's Rockstar along with 1 other team below them. They're looking to try and keep all of these squads out. You can see the value that the Caustics are getting for their squads right now, just zoning a lot of our teams here. Matt Pickett is 1% off from his ultimate as well. It's coming up at a beautiful time for this final fight.
Pickett's been locking things down with this building for his team. We talked about how he used to be on Rockstar. Now he's back. It's exciting to watch him play. One of the more entertaining players that we also have in Apex. Only Seer, I believe, in the entire lobby, too. Like you said, Ultimate is coming up at the perfect time. They're going to get so much information throughout all of this. But who's going to be able to take out the Caustics? Like you said, the barrels, the Nox gas grenade becomes so useful in these type of situations. But nothing's better than the position that Team Rockstar has.
Yeah, they've got the only high ground available on this map right now, so it's a lot of free kills coming in. Matt Pickett takes out Zeratricky, and that is Team Razer out. We're down to our final 3 squads. Defensive bombardment has been used as well, forcing out the enemy bubbles, but soon Team Rockstar are going to be forced down. They need to make sure they get these heals off just in time. They're taking some ring damage, and here comes the first drop. They no longer have a bubble here as they go on in. It's a little bit separated. AIDS is the first one to fall for Rockstar, but Rambo and the Benchwarmers are still alive. Rambo's gone down. Madness picks 1 more up, and Rockstar are trying to delay this as long as possible. Crummy finally out of that queue, and he can't see a damn thing. It's Applejacks that get the first win here in game number 1.
Power to the Caustic right now. The Stinky Boys are praising up and raising up. That was really nicely done. Pickett, unfortunately, was so afraid of the players down below him that he had to back off, had to take zone damage. I thought that was the right play. I love the play going on over towards the blue crate. But again, getting that Caustic into the late game, Nox gas grenade, great barrels, and a great win for Applejacks. That was a tough game.
Yeah, congratulations to Applejacks for taking the first win of the day, a very valuable one for them. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 2 of Series E right after this.
Hey guys, what's up? I'm Mr. Aglo, and if you want to win, you gotta pick Razer.
Sure, with the numbers advantage up against the rest of the lobby here, looking to finish things off. It's a 3v2v2. So all the fights taking place right here. Now they'll be able to finish them off, and that's going to be Team Razer.
Razer, for gamers, by gamers. If you need some new gear for gaming, check out walmart.com/esports for Razer products. My name is Mr. Aglo. I play Apex Legends for Team Razer, and you're watching Razer Week.
On, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Eat, Speak, Compete.
Eat, speak, compete.
Yes.
Name, incredible. Logo, even better.
I'm your host, as always, Yeso, joined by my co-host, Luke Shimoni. Brew.
There's a lot to unpack there. I don't even know where to start.
If one of the North American teams doesn't win, their 2021 season is done. I got my fingers crossed. I think you got this. Let's turn more towards the competitive side. They finished strong.
Like 35-2.
They finished strong. They looked.
If the only intent is, hey, let's make this game as esports as possible, then sure, but that's never going to be what Nintendo does.
And I'm very curious to see what kind of their first take on what a Valorant World Championship should look like.
Dang. That's super fun sounding.
Yeah, I think it's going to be awesome.
That sounds super fun. I think that's like
Refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top flavored splash. It's fruit freshin'.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Yeso here. You may have seen me at the beginning of the show, but back here to break down all the stats here. And we finished game number 1, and Applejacks grabbed the victory to kick off Razer Week. Thanks so much for joining us, everybody. Obviously, I know Jamerson mentioned it at the top of the show. We had to deal with some technical issues last week, but we're happy to be back here this week to finish off what has been an incredible Season 3. And let's talk about Team Applejacks. This is a squad trying to jump back into the relevancy here at the end of the season. They've got a shot at top 4, but it's going to take a lot of games just like their first one here if they want to do it. Let's see our first player of the game here for open night. And it's going to go to Blueberry Smalls, 4 kills and 2 assists and over 1,300 damage in that first one. And honestly, it was pure chaos there in that final circle. Rockstar trying to get something going, but the caustic traps making life a nightmare for everybody involved, and Team Applejacks ends up coming out on top. Obviously, they have a lot of work to do and not a lot of time to do it, honestly. They have 11 games remaining in their season, and they're going to need to be very good in just about every single one of them, and they're likely going to need some help from Pop-Tarts as well. Pop-Tarts, thankfully, did have, if you're Team Applejacks, a rough game in the first one there, so they dropped there. So love to see that, and Applejacks trying to get things rolling, so we'll have to see if they can keep it going. Do want to let you know we'll be doing giveaways throughout this week, and especially in Twitch chat throughout tonight's broadcast, so make sure you're hanging around. I'll be talking about those after our games. Also, make sure to go to shop.esportsarena.com. Grab yourself some merch. You can use promo code Razer15 at the end of your purchase to get 15% off your order. So make sure to do that. And also, we're doing a giveaway on Twitter, so make sure to check us out on Twitter. We're going to go to a quick break, though. When we come back, game number 2, Jamerson and Tom will get you ready.
I'm Baby Tuli, and thanks to Razer, I always clutch up.
1 damage away from that purple Evo shield for himself, and he's doing so much work with Tuli showing up to clutch up throughout all of this. He will be able to back away, and Baby Tuli...
If you're looking for the best gear, check out Razer at walmart.com/esportsarena for all your Razer products. Hey, what's up? My name is Baby Tuli and I play Apex Legends for Team Razer, and you're watching Razer with me.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E here for Razer Week. Game number 1, though, went the way of Team Applejack. So let's go ahead and check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see exactly how it shapes up. We had a lot of high-fragging teams, and one of them was the Benchwarmers there, ultimately taking second place, only 4 points behind our first-place team, Team Applejacks, with 22 overall, Tom.
Really nice job by Applejacks picking up a handful of kills along the way. I wasn't sure how much they were going to actually end with, but Benchwarmers too, we saw how they were fighting over towards the edge. Eventually, they made their way over towards the respawn buildings. If they were able to clean and kind of have that fight a little bit better over towards the outside, they would have slayed out just a little bit more. But either way, the big story is, again, that accumulative leaderboard and the teams that are trying to replace Pop-Tarts, who unfortunately didn't get any points in that last game.
Yeah, so it looks great for Applejacks and Rockstar, both who are trying to climb up and steal away that last position. Let's go ahead and check in with the Mobile One high-performance moment of that last game. There were many. This is just going to be the final end game on. We were, of course, treated with Rockstar's POV for large majority of this fight, and you can see the kind of value that Caustic provides. It's that one barrel covering the entirety of this final circle.
That barrel is such a nuisance. Crummy's realizing he's in his cube. He's going to have to go back into more barrels. I mean, unlimited amount of barrels were sitting there, and you don't even know if it's all of the same team's barrels, right? You have 1, 2. But look at the smart play to shoot the barrels before all of this fight breaks out. So they need to be considering, switching over to Caustic. Again, Caustic is so strong. I love the way that Benchwarmers plays. I get it. If you're going to play the edge, do this. But if you're a team that is kind of one of the open teams, for example, take a page out of Intel's book. They're in first place for a reason. TSM, they won yesterday for a reason. Caustic is back. Remember when everyone was playing Watson? Well, I'm not going to be surprised if, 50 to 70% of our teams, even more, start playing Caustic.
Honestly, it was just a slip up when Team Intel were trying to make their push onto the Benchwarmers. The third party, the squad that was basically playing off that building that we're on a board with right here on that Rockstar are playing off of, were able to get a knock onto Team Intel. And you saw how quickly Benchwarmers actually responded to that. I believe it might have been Dupe or Skittle Cakes that went down, and instantly, despite having lost out on Rambo, you saw the push out from Madness in them to actually punish Team Intel for that, and they reestablished control over their building. That's the only reason why they were able to make it to top 3 there. If they had not done that, it would have been much more difficult. They would not have gone the res onto Rambo. So it's great to see the kind of quick shot calling that comes out in these moments, and that's a skill in and of itself. As we take a look now at our cumulative leaderboard, you can see why it was so important for Benchwarmers to take out Team Pop-Tarts early on. It's going to allow teams like Cheese and Applejacks to slowly catch up.
I believe this is before game 1 as well. So when you look at it, you're going to have basically around 500 points for Team Applejack. So they're sitting about 50 points back with 11 games to go. Definitely doable. Just look at the math. If Pop-Tarts averages 0 points, which they're not going to, but if you continue to do well, it's all about adding on the pressure. The more pressure that you add on to Pop-Tarts, the harder it's going to be for them to perform. Hopefully they rise up to the pressure so we can all watch these really close games. But if you do continue to add on more points and they continue to have a bad performance, you really don't know what's going to happen with them mentally.
Yeah, and I believe Cheez-It had 5 points in that last game. So that'll actually put them 1 point above Applejacks in the cumulative leaderboard. So it is going to be a very tight race. I don't know how many points Splash had in that last game, but now we have our 3 teams that are right underneath the bubble, Splash, Cheez-It, and Applejacks, all within about 12 points of each other, all still trying to take over that last spot, that 4th place spot that Team Pop-Tarts currently reside in. So if you're Team Pop-Tarts, like I said, you just need to make sure that every game you get a few points. You make sure that you get 4 to 5 points every single game to maintain this lead that you have right now. Because with 11 games left to go over the course of the next 2 nights, it's completely feasible that any of these squads, any of these 3 teams underneath them, can actually take that 4th place spot.
Well, here's the thing. If you can't average 4 to 5 games while it's on the line, or 4 to 5 points a game while it's on the line, you don't deserve to come back for the next season, because that's what it's all about, is performing in these pressure situations. They have what it takes, 1,000%. The only thing that I noticed is, again, they're constantly changing their compositions. And if they're going to play a team fighting composition, they cannot lose a team fight like they did against Benchwarmers, where they're not even knocking someone, they're barely even taking down their shields, and Lion's not even able to queue. So they really have to evaluate how their communication is and how serious they're taking these fights, because yes, this is the open night. Not every team you're going to run into is Benchwarmers, but if you continue to fight Benchwarmers and lose like that, you're going to be just stuck and underconfident in the way that you perform. So I want to see them take the fight to him, play a little stronger, and get some knocks this game.
Applejacks once again getting 50-50 down here by Thermal Station. There was so much action in that last game, I kind of forgot that this is how actually everything started off. Team Razer getting caught out. Typically, they're a little bit more free here on Skyhook's side, but Rice Krispie Treats, they want a few points for themselves, and so they got that first knock taking out Hakulo. It's going to be a 2v3 now for Team Razer. They don't want to give up Hakulo for free, because honestly, at this point, they can't go for trials anymore. So they need to play off this banner. They need to get him back into the game.
Definitely, and they're pretty solid as a 2-man squad. We've seen them win games before, but Hakulo is wondering why he was able to land over there and not get any help. Well, you see all the 3 players basically surrounded and swarmed him, which is kind of unorthodox. It's a really smart play, and now you have to deal with purple armor coming through, as well as Lion's going to come through and get the steal from behind and the flush. Pop-Tarts needed to make some adjustments, and they're going to find an easy third party coming through with a 2-minute rotation. That is so fast.
Yeah, and that's the nice thing about Countdown. You can guarantee having good armors. All you need is to have the weapons, right? You get the armors from mid and you go for a quick rotate, especially if you want these kill points, and you have your options for it. But seeing Hakulo going down early, that made the call for Team Pop-Tarts. We're going up the Skyhook. We're going to get involved in this fight. If they wanted to, they could have gone over to Lava Fissure, but it's all about keeping track of course, the kill feed. And that does actually free up Pop-Tarts if they want to and continue to loot up. They can go over to trials. They know that it's Team Razer that typically take trials, but they're not going to go for it. They're just going to reestablish themselves and now start moving in, as we do have the first zone did reveal itself. I don't know if they were able to pick up a scan. I would like to take a look at that in just a moment.
It's kind of what Pop-Tarts did a couple weeks ago, where they started off slow. They let Splash kind of get involved and catch up a little bit. And then they came out with a big win in like game number 5 or so. And maybe it was game number 6, but it was towards the tail end after halftime. And they're making adjustments. You can see that they're moving and they're thumbing. And after watching Benchwarmers run around and pick up kills and get reses, getting 3rd place overall, they're ready to go. So it's nice to see them, again, make that quick adjustment. That is not easy to do. A lot of teams take multiple games to go and figure out the situation. But they came through, they got a kill. Not only that, they realized that this team is smart enough where they're not going to overcommit. We're going to let them go and get the banners, and we're just going to go back and get the loot that we originally left and then focus on our rotation and gatekeep these teams later. So I really like all the plays that Pop-Tarts started with.
On board with the Benchwarmers now, and unfortunate for them, they're still sitting on white armors. As we did get a look at the ring, it is pulling down once again towards Lava Siphon. So I'm looking at the southeast side of Lava Siphon, looking along the train tracks over towards Big Mod. Remember the new town takeover for Rampart. There we go. Rampart. There are too many Ram names now in the game. I had almost forgotten it here, but the Benchwarmers, despite having the white armors, are getting aggressive. There is a knock on the side. Now they want to get, of course, this kill, secure it for themselves. Now it's a 3v2 for them as they go for a cheeky peek with that one. Madness, bubble's already been used, and he gets up the stairs for free. Jetski gets thirsted off, and Benchwarmers, we're seeing why they are an absolute scourge in this lobby. No respect given whatsoever as they make this push off of white armors. They secure an early 3 kill points for themselves.
Great shots there from Rambo. I love to see the charge rifle with the no scope. It's still one of those guns that you could use without the sight. And then just the presence of mind to go and push that 2v3. They don't even take time flushing that player. But like you said, Madness walking up for free, that's kind of a no-no. Gold R301, you love to see it for Dupe. Someone's got to watch those stairs, but Madness came up so fast and they were a little bit stunned by the scan. It was like deer in the headlights right there. And like you said, that's why Benchwarmers comes through with the heat, and that's why they made that fight against Pop-Tarts look so easy. They are aggressive, and they're flying through with the right weapon selection.
Now, this is so weird because we got to see a little bit of it yesterday, but now with this town takeover, it does kind of change out how this particular circle works out. We've seen a lot of circles end here, north side of Lava City, but there used to be a car, there used to be a big building. Now you have a big ship to deal with, and right now it's Team Intel looking to clear it out. They are starting to push up. They caught out the caustic, cracked him, but he has to back off as the nades do go down. Duke finding another angle once again, and he is absolutely demolishing him with this R301. He's only been cracked, and that's the only damage that's gone across onto Team Intel. And this team is trying to get out of dodge, and they might have safely been able to get out of here. We'll find out. Team Intel, though, doing a great job of staying on top of them, though, to try and spot them out, but it does look like they have gotten away. Team Intel have to be careful. Maybe another squad shows up here as Skittlecakes is taking some damage himself. Dupe is still working off that angle now, but he might get punished as he backs away. Now the fear has been put into them. Things have slowed down. Team Intel have time to work off this magic.
The only problem right now is Vrolz has gray armor. I guarantee if he had blue armor, this fight would be over already. So he's going to go and pick up a grenade and try to figure this one out because they, I believe, tossed the Nox gas grenade on the opposite side, unless that was Skittlecakes. I don't think it was. But Dupe did so much damage there. I would be screaming, let's go, but just so much disengage on the opposite side that they couldn't go and push through. And also lack of armor on your most aggressive player is a little bit unfortunate. So you're just going to see Vrolz continue to get this going. Once he gets this blue armor, guaranteed pops a cell, gets this grenade in there, and they're going to be going.
There we go. The nade goes in. They've got the 3-point push as Skittles comes in from the right-hand side, forcing the team all the way back. They're just underneath him. They've got to be careful. Verholz backing off once again as Dupe is popping that bat for himself. This time around, the trades favoring the other side as Team Intel do find the moment to go ahead and go for the reset. Throughout all that, Verholz still has not secured himself at least the blue. So it's just going to be a full reset from either side, but Team Intel, they were able to pick up a few more nades, so they'll have another opportunity at this, but they're starting to run out of time. They need to get something going here before more teams start showing up.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This is taking way too long, but again, it's all about Verholz in this gray armor. He only took maybe 15 damage and got so scared that he took more that he backed off there. His Lion's going to end up finding some more kills on the opposite side. This one with the wingman onto Hero. So busting out the wingman for Lion, you love to see it. He's playing aggressive on the Wraith as Pop-Tart starts to get warmed up, and now the nade starts to connect for Verholz. He's going to push through, but has to deal with the caustic as well. I'm surprised that he's not playing aggressive. Dupe has been doing so much damage that he doesn't care. He's just full sending it.
Yeah, Dupe has been a one-man army. The Bash brothers of Skittlecakes and Dupe going in, they will be able to clear out this squad, but here comes the third party from the Benchwarmers, and this is what we were talking about. It takes so long. Benchwarmers were keeping an eye on it the whole time, but that was the quick reset coming out from Team Intel. They've got the caustic as well to zone out to make sure that they cannot push up. And so Benchwarmers, they do not find the timing on this push. It was a successful defense coming out from Team Intel, and the Benchwarmers are just going to back off to that choke once again.
It's another one of those reasons why he was playing so passive, didn't want to make sure that he took a lot of damage, needed to reset, get the armor swaps in. But it was a great barrel from Skittle over towards the door on top of the defensive bombardment from Dupe. And once that defensive bombardment came down, Benchwarmers was not interested in staying there anymore. But that would have been a great spot to be in, and hopefully Intel can continue to lock this down because they're going to be in a great spot now after picking up all that loot. They already had a decent amount of armor. They already had a decent amount of cells and resources as well. But Crummy goes down over here. Looks like that's going to be Blake. Pickett's getting double teamed over towards the side as well. He's got his Prowler in hand, but he's going to go down, and now it's just up to Aves. I don't think he's going to be able to 3v1 here, and that's going to be Rockstar going down.
He gets one knock on his way down. So 6XZ's taking out Rockstar in Lava Siphon. So this side of the map slowly getting cleared out. We're already down to 15 squads, setting up for the third party as it's already coming in. Defensive bombardment's been used, barrel's been set down as Cheez It coming in from behind as well. Finicky down the angle. Now, will they be able to take out 6XZ's? It looks like they might have been able to go for the full reset here, and so Team Cheez It kind of lose track of them. They're able to get down to the first floor and reset for themselves. The Team Cheez It, they want to stay determined on this fight. They've got the purple armors. They feel very comfortable in this fight, but there's a really good disengage coming out from 6XZ's.
A really ballsy play from Finicky just to make his way around the corner and then start massifying. Then throws the bubble down, heals inside the bubble. I like the disengage though. They played it smart. They backed off. Luciana, he's camping down over towards the bottom side on the Tomcat Rat Cam, trying to stay alive. Super, super awesome player. Make sure you give her a follow if you didn't know. But yeah, good luck. As the only Tomcat Rat that we have, it's going to be pretty tough with the Bloodhounds in the map.
Well, here it is, the push coming out as Cheez It. The tables have been turned onto them. 6XZ's getting aggressive now as Finicky's finding difficulty throughout all this gas. Mollis is the only one alive, but he's taken out two. It's a 1v1. He's got full armor as well, but he does not stop that cell. It's still enough. They're going to be able to secure that and start getting the reses, but we've been seeing all the third parties coming in here. Will Cheez It fall prey to that? It looks like they are safe for now as the Phoenix kit does get popped. Intel, though, getting pushed, or actually making a push of their own, going back on over towards the Lava City side. Dupe has taken some damage and has been forced back down. Skittlecake setting up the barrels for themselves to go for that reset as well, as it looks like it's going to be a second attempt. Skittlecake's going for the roof now.
See if they're going to be able to pull this one off. They're, again, so strong in terms of their team fighting. That's why they're just running around looking for all these different engagements. But Pringle's finding themselves in an engagement inside of this tunnel area. Fury just basically taking whatever that he wants for him and his teammates. And Pringles is going to continue to be looted throughout all of this. Wingman, purple mag, massive in hand. This is a really strong combo. Flatline with the 2-4 blue mag as well. I love the combination that they have. Any team that's coming through is going to be dealt with a lot of different force over here, but still, I don't know exactly where this zone is going to pull. So typically you're on zone number 3 going into zone 4. If we could see the map, or if anyone has a scan, that would give us a really good idea of where these teams are going to be going.
Yeah, it was a hard south pull, and so the southwest of Lava Siphon is still in, but as you can see, parts of Lava City are in as well. Teams might be considering maybe this one goes over towards Eggshells. As you can see the scans and the pings going down for Team Pop-Tarts, but now they want to start making their way over to Big Mod, and we'll see if any teams are still there. Maybe Intel backed away once again to go for it. And is that where Luciana was, inside the train station?
Yeah. Camping down low over there, not making any noise. No scans coming through either. So still living, maybe eventually going to make her way over towards the backhand side. But it looks like Corvus ends up getting knocked across the map, and Pop-Tarts could potentially pop in for a third party here, and Lion's going for it.
Yeah, defensive bombardment is going to force them down into each other as they've traded back. Verholst is rezzed into this one, and they're going to be a little bit surprised on the Pop-Tart side up against this. Never mind, Verholst is the only one up now as the third party comes in, and he's just going to go ahead and have to call it here. He's going to use that Valkyrie ultimate to get out, and unfortunately will not be able to recover the banners unless Team Pop-Tarts back up off of this, but it looks like he's just going to go ahead and try and rat this one out. We have seen him with some great rat performances. We'll see if he can recreate it here. It's going to be difficult with 13 squads still alive.
So we're going to have 2 rats still in this one. Verhulst and Luciana, see what they're going to be able to do, but nothing Verhulst could have done in that situation. Unfortunately for Pop-Tarts, they were going for the full squad wipe, but they still will take the 2 free kills along the way, and you got to give it to them. After having a goose egg in game number 1, coming through in game number 2, playing pretty solid, picking apart little third parties here and there, putting themselves in the right situation. They're looking like the strongest team right now in game number 2, but Benchwarmers is right there with them by taking a couple different team fights as well. Locking down this choke is going to be pretty useful. They're really hoping someone's going to go and try to push up over towards that hill, and if so, Mattis is going to call out for all reinforcements to push over here because there's a lot of real estate that they could own.
Yeah, and despite not having a scan, they see that Valk rotate, and so they have a rough idea of maybe where this ring is going to end, playing off of that information. It looks like it was the Applejack squad that might have been going for that Valk rotate, finding themselves in the middle of so much action. RKT gets 2 knocks onto Applejacks, and our winners from game number 1 are wiped out just like that. We got Cheez-It in the area, Splash here as well. And so it's all of our teams on the bubble just fighting it out right now.
And that's why it's so important for Pop-Tarts to get on the kill feed early and show that they're not slowing down. Like you were saying, they need around 5-6 points a game. They've already picked that up this game, and I think they're going to continue to pick up more. But the question is which other team is going to step it up? Splash was the closest team when this thing started. I'm pretty sure they still are the closest team. We'll see what they're going to be able to do. Speaking of Pop-Tarts, they're finally taking this fight over towards the side, but who is this against? I'm not quite sure who's in the vicinity.
And so there we go. We do have the ring information. It is going over towards the train tracks east side of Lava Siphon. There's going to be a lot of open ground to play off of. Teams will be stacked on top of each other at the bridge as well. Pop-Tarts taking early position at the eggshell just to gatekeep this squad, but they're getting shot up from behind as well, unfortunately for them. So it's not going to be completely free to try and keep this squad out. They do have a minute to work with here, but their highest priority is, of course, trying to establish a position early on. But they know it's going to be difficult. Here comes out the forts as they do back that Wraith up. And that might be Luciana, actually, the rat, by possibly trying to find a way around.
I think that definitely is. Look at the nades coming in from Pringles. I think that's going to connect. That should be a big one. That's going to be a knock, actually, onto Musin. Very well done before the bubble actually comes down. Counter bubble as well. Pringle is going to have a huge advantage inside this fight. Love the Loba Q inside as well. Can he get the shots in? Not able to knock Mollis at least, but still distracting more than enough. Whoa, wait a second. That's all right. Oof. Give me a heart attack there for the second Pringles. Now they're going to have to deal with a potential third party inside. That was not as clean as they were hoping for, and yes, that's right. Get the phony up first. He's got the bubble. Drop that thing for Fury, and you should be okay.
Yeah, they'll have it in time just as well. The round is starting to close. They're just on the edge. And allow Phony to go for the heals, hitting that Phoenix kit, and now Pop-Tarts making their way on in. They've got that knock onto Spoons, and this is what I was talking about. Fight over the bridge. Z Davis has gone down. It's just Impulse left. Has to reload that Eva at such a bad time, but he does clutch up. Still needs to get the rest. He's got the gold bag as well. We saw Team Intel using that. That's where they were able to get it, as Lion gets picked up just in the nick of time. Did you see the teams trying to go for the thirst onto him, pick up that kill? That was so close, but Pop-Tarts will be able to reestablish themselves, and they do it just in time. They've got Benchwarmers above them, and I'm surprised they didn't push off of that, as now Sniper Meta will take out Team Pringles here as they reestablish this high ground now. Blight does not have his bubble quite yet, but they are starting to move up.
You can just see the power of Gibraltar in all of these situations. Bubbles on top of bubbles. Inedible Gaming trying to stay alive, but there's caustic gas, there's defensive bombardments. Blight and Sniper Meta in the area with the shots. Look at the amount of damage that they're putting out over towards the side. Just free damage as well. That player is going to go down fairly easily. That's going to be RCO, most likely biting the dust, as Sniper Meta is going to clear out all of this high ground area. And then potentially be able to push uncontested, but it's going to all put Impulse with a longbow from nowhere is going to knock him. So nice job, but I think Blight's going to be okay.
Yeah, we have 4 full squads remaining. Sniper Meta, but now it looks like Benchwarmers actually making the push onto Team Pop-Tarts. Lion's the only one left up, and you can see just the team fight prowess coming out from Benchwarmers. Not a single member going down on that push. It's our final 3 squads. The battle on the bridge is coming down to this.
And the team with the best position by far has to be the Benchwarmers. They're going to be locking down that bridge. They have all of that loot to deal with. Yeah, Splash, they're looking good, but you can see how close they are next to where Sniper Meta is, so it makes things just a little bit more difficult. And I really think the way that Benchwarmers is playing Discipline, I highly doubt that they're going to end up forcing a fight here. They're going to play this smart, and they're going to play this exactly by the book, which is let these two teams fight, let them get distracted on each other, and they have no idea where we're going to come from.
You see Madness is just setting up. He's going to go for that angle now. They are on top of that bridge, just gatekeeping both of the squads, forcing the Splash to fight off against Sniper Meta. Bubble's already been used as well. Shaheen needs to heal up, and he does get that opportunity to do so. A lot of nades going out now as the push comes out. You can see both squads just committing onto each other. That just means the Benchwarmers can push in for free throughout all of this, as Verlox does get that thirst onto Gibby. So Sniper Meta still healthy here. Benchwarmers need to find an opening onto Sniper Meta. They're trying to work these angles. Madness going for that peek with that R9. He's starting to run out of ammo. He's going to have to go in close quarters very shortly with that EVA 8.
Yeah, he may set a portal here from behind the blue crate on over towards where the drop is, just to give himself an off angle and make sure that he's not getting shot throughout all of this. But look at exactly where the zone is, directly where they are. So all the team's going to have to make their way over there. You're most likely going to see Team Splash playing the low ground, and that means that Sniper Meta is going to have to make their choice on whether they fight Benchwarmers or they fight Splash. So the game kind of is coming down to their decision, because these two teams are already going to be a lock for where this zone's going to be.
Now with 30 seconds left to go, no one really trying to make a mistake here. They don't want to throw this game. Benchwarmers already had a top 3. But you can see Splash are setting up their point defense below. They've got the barrels ready to pre-pop them if they need to. So maybe just the presence of the caustics might actually force Sniper Meta into Benchwarmers. You can see Benchwarmers are setting up just in case they get pushed up top to play the middle bridge for themselves. Because we have 3 levels available here, it might actually just come down to a heal off. And I don't remember if Sniper Meta are running the Wraith, but that might actually be the difference maker here, having that portal set up to delay for as long as possible if it comes down to a heal off.
It definitely could be, but you may see a Hail Mary Nox grenade to the middle level or the top level too, and some defensive bombardments could change how things go. So we'll see how late they hold on to their bubble. But right now, looking at where Benchwarmers is, if they do lay some cover fire down, they're going to be able to push Sniper Meta over down towards the bottom. But then, like you said, there's caustic barrels over towards that bottom side. So the only option is slide into the second level. While you do that, you're going to be taking massive damage from Benchwarmers. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. Again, the ring's going to close very slowly. You got 1 minute and 15 seconds until the full decision's made. But that's a very early defensive bombardment that's going to cost a couple of people's moments.
Yeah, pre-popping barrels now as the ring starts closing in just on the outskirts, and Benchwarmers, they're going to go ahead and make their stand up top. Their bubble's already been used as Noct is the first one to go down. Shaheen with that alternator takes him out. Madness will fall as well in just a moment. And there it is, Sniper Meta cleaning up the Benchwarmers. They still need to get Verlox up, and there's no access to the high ground here. And so they've got the bubble, they've got everything they need to go down as a full 3-man and finish off this last squad. They'll have the opportunity to heal up as well. As you can see, Splash are just trying to set off all the barrels. They still have the Nox gas grenade, the gold helmet going over to Malice Mamba just as well to try and get some more barrels down in time. And there's the scan. So what do you do here as Sniper Meta? Do you just go for that full 3-man peak? Well, the issue is going to be forced as Splash throws up that Nox gas grenade. The trap has been set. And oh no, they're trying to climb out of this, but only one can climb at a time. And Sniper Meta are taking so much damage. They are in the chamber and they can only breathe it in. Nestle Splash get the win as the 2-man in the end. What a way to finish it off.
Oh, I called the Hail Mary Tom Brady style right there, but it made it 10 times worse that they all fought for the railing to climb up and took way more damage than they needed to. If they would have just huddled in inside the zone, they would have lived.
I feel like that's honestly one of the best endings we could have ever had. I want to say one of the best endings in Apex Esports, period. And with that, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 3 after this.
Hey, what's up? I'm Zarek Tricky, and the only way to win is with Razer.
Team Liquid, it's gonna be a 3v3. Make that a 3v1 now as Razer know there's only one player left. They'll finish off Naughty, and Team Razer take the win here in game number 4.
Razer, for gamers, by gamers. If you ever need to upgrade your gear, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and buy yourself some Razer gear. My name is Zarek Tricky, and I play Flips for Team Razer, and you're watching Razer Win.
Yo, what's up, Twitter? Tyler Endress here, Esports Arena CEO. We're going live tomorrow night after Series E Pro Night to discuss Series E, all things Series E. Okay, so leave a comment in this video. Let us know what you'd like to see for Series E, what you don't like to see for Series E. You could talk trash on us, that's fine. I'll talk trash on you live. We'll bring up your questions live during the broadcast, or just tune in on Twitch and ask us in Twitch chat or YouTube chat what you guys would like to see from Series E, what you suggest for Series E. Season 3 is ending. We've got big announcements for Season 4 coming up. So leave a comment or use the hashtag MySeriesE so we can know what you want to see for Series E and what we can do better as a company to better serve you guys, the audience, of course, the gamers that are playing in Series E. But check out this space. Sick.
My mic was muted. Welcome back. There we go. Taking a week off, you know, I get a little rusty. That's what it is. Big win there for Team Splash. You heard Jamerson and Tom talking about it right before we started Game 2, that Splash has got to close the gap there with Team Pop-Tarts. Obviously, Pop-Tarts getting fairly late into that game, so they were doing some work trying to hold off all these teams trying to chase them down. But Splash able to get the victory, and certainly in very entertaining fashion. The Caustic looking really good here to start the day. It has certainly earned victories for 2 of our partnered squads to start off open night, and that's certainly fun. Let's check out our player of the game here for game number 2, and it's going to go to Malice Mamba. Really couldn't have gone to anybody else here. 4 kills, 2 assists, 1,500 damage, and obviously the game-winning Nox gas grenade there up on top of the bridge to take out Sniper Meta. So well done there for Malice Mamba. Splash grabbing a big victory there. All right, can we hear me now, production? Yes, awesome. Okay, so big win for Splash. Malice Mamba showing up big. Obviously the clutch Nox gas grenade, and they still have some work to do. And I mean, if you're looking at this, we've looked at the leaderboard. You don't have to make up all of these points tonight, but I think if you can close that gap, maybe get within 20 or 30 points going into tomorrow night's competition. That's extremely important, and Splash doing some good work on that front here with game number 2. We'll have to see if they can keep it rolling throughout the rest of the night. I mentioned during our first break that we're going to do a bunch of giveaways tonight, folks. We've got a giveaway on Twitter, but we're also going to be doing giveaways in Twitch chat all throughout tonight. So if you want to get in on them, use !giveaway. We're going to be doing our first giveaway here in just a couple of minutes. So make sure to get in on that. The first giveaway is going to be a Razer Huntsman Mini keyboard and a Viper Ultimate mouse. So that's the Huntsman Mini and the Viper Ultimate. So !giveaway, get in on that. We're going to a break. When we come back, the last game of the first half. We'll see it in a few.
Hey, what's up? My name is Miss Jacko, and I play on the Razer Huntsman Mini.
Have the gold armor, you don't really have to hit that battery, and you can get right back into the fight fast enough, as Rambo's going to steal that one and just keep their head on a swivel as Razer is stuck in the middle of nowhere right now.
The Razer Huntsman Mini is a 60% keyboard with Razer optical switches. I recommend the Razer Huntsman Mini for anyone that wants a light and compact keyboard.
Team Razer show up for the third party, though. Have they been able to recover on the other side? No, there's the next knock as Team Razer finding that third party timing we were saying.
Razer, for gamers, by gamers. If you need some new gear for gaming, check out walmart.com/esportsarena for Razer products. My name is Mr. Akua. I play Apex Legends for Team Razer, and you're watching Razer Week.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind to shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
All right. Welcome back, guys, to Series E, as we were treated to an ending in game number 2 there. It was a much-needed win for Splash, taking that win. So let's go ahead and check in with the Mobile One leaderboard now, as we saw Pop-Tarts even rearing the head there. And so here we have almost all of our partnered squads, minus RKT and Razer, who find themselves in 11th and 12th place. But it's Benchwarmers with 2 consistent finishes in a row that find themselves in first place now.
And I still have my eye on Pop-Tarts too. There, remember you said 5 to 6 points a game? Well, they made that up. That is a really big game actually for Pop-Tarts. The fact that they can get those points on the board, so they don't see teams like Applejacks and Splash continue to add more confidence, because these are the 2 teams chasing them, and both of them got wins in game number 1 and game number 2. But yet Benchwarmers still there. Like you said, they're slaying out. They're really looking good. I'm hoping that Team Razer during Razer Week picks it up, though. I always love watching when they pop off, so we'll see what happens over these next 4 games.
Yeah, currently it is a net gain of 10 points for Nestle Splash, so Pop-Tarts need to make sure every single game they're at least putting on points to keep them at bay. Let's check in with the Mobile One high-performance moment of that last game, and I'm hoping it's exactly... No, it's not the final end game, but it's still a good fight. Team Cheese It. Remember, they try to start this one off. They try to come in for the third party up against 6XZs, but it was a good retreat. It was a good reset for them, and then they go ahead and take it to Team Cheese It here. Mollis is the only one left alive. They do actually end up taking them out. It was super close, but Team Cheese It end up winning this one out.
Someone's friends with Blatant Production. I guarantee it. They were saving them the embarrassment throughout all of that, just making sure that they didn't see what exactly happened. But great shots with the Prowler there throughout all of this. And I love the way Finicky's been confident on his Gibraltar throughout all of this. Yes, he went down, but his shots were really good, and he laid a lot of damage, had a lot of presence in that fight for Mollis to come through. And you could see nothing's better than when your knock teammates are pinging exactly how weak that last person is, exactly where they are, so you know how to go and take that angle as they slid in from the top. So amazing control, and it's nice to see Team Cheese It taking some really good, clean team fights.
And here we go, heading straight into game number 3. No delays whatsoever. The last game of the half is... We get a great overview. We're going to keep an eye on Nestle Splash. Remember, they were able to get cheesy on to Team Razer in that last game. And this time around, Razer are going to play a bit more defensively on this drop, staying a little bit closer here. And that means they're going to be slowed down if they want to try and take trials. Nestle Splash are keeping an eye on them for now.
Yeah, remember, there's teams that are coming to third party this too, so always got to make sure that if you're taking this, you're going to be taking this extremely quickly. But I love to see, again, Splash coming through with a really solid team composition, making the adjustments that they needed to throughout all of this. We've saw week by week how they've been valuing certain legends. Well, this week they're coming through and Turns has switched it up. So I really like what they did in game number 2. We'll see if they can keep it up in game number 3. Let's take a look at the zone as it's pulling over towards Lava City. Intel is going to love what they're seeing right there. This is a far track for those teams on Skyhook side, including Splash.
This is 3 games in a row where we've had the circles favoring Lava, Siphon, and Lava City. So we'll see if Team Intel change anything up. Applejacks, remember, they have been in this 50-50 2 games in a row now, so they haven't been able to just loot up for free here down by Thermal. Only sitting on the white armors as well. This is a scary proposition as they want to get aggressive, and Hero is going to be the first line of offense for them, trying to keep track of this squad, who's trying to back away. Hero's gotten cracked, brought down to about 20 HP. The Blueberry Smalls does have an angle set up for himself, and you don't like to see that when you're chasing after a squad. The purple armor on the other side, they might let this one just get away.
Hey, they stole your purple armor. You can't let them get away with that, Blueberry. Chase him down over here. Rampage with the 2x looking fairly strong over here, but you're right. They may let him get away. Still a lot of loot to be had over there. And if you are going to split really any POI on the map, it really could be Thermal because there's just so much area to loot. It takes so long. But because it is on the bottom of the map, that's why you're kind of rewarded and you're most likely ended up playing the edge. Problem is the zone's really not that far for them, so that's why that team ends up dipping out so quickly, and now they're going to be the team playing the edge. We'll see how fast Oso Rated wants to use his Valkyrie ult, maybe immediately when it comes up, or if they're interested in still looting along the way.
And they got to go all the way to the eastern edge of the map as we now join on board with Team Cheese. They know where this one is ending, and they are still taking their time on the looting, and it is, of course, Lava Siphon, a lot to loot up here as well. They'll have that Valkyrie ultimate if they want to just try and hop into Lava City. You can't imagine too many other squads are there. Maybe the Dome team have made it in already. Maybe the launch site team have made it in as well. But there are plenty of buildings to try and find. And of course, that pass of the Valkyrie will allow you to find that building so much quicker. But looks like they're just going to go ahead and boot this one on over as they do have that connecting tunnel to take to get in.
Pringle's finding themselves in a skirmish. Looks like Phony took a decent amount of damage. I'm curious where this team actually is located at. That's going to be an Arcstar over towards the top. Fury's going to dodge that one. More nades being chucked over towards the high ground and purple armor on top of purple armor. And I'm not sure which team this is, but you got to be definitely wary of third parties. This is one of those hot spots where teams start to converge immediately.
I'm wondering if it's Pop-Tarts maybe coming over from Countdown. And now there's the first knock, and it is traded back and forth, though, so 1 for 1, but the thirst goes down onto Lion. Fury will be the next one to fall, and that's why you got to make sure you get your heirlooms, guys. Trust me, it's a buff to your melees, but now Pringle's just down to Phony here, as he's not getting an opportunity to go for the res quite yet, and oh boy, Team Pop-Tarts will be able to finish them off. You do have the quick res, but here's Sniper Meta showing up for the third party to put a stop to Team Pop-Tarts, and they're just gonna have to call it here. I don't know if they were able to recover the banner as well, but that's a nice angle. No shots actually quite connecting for Verlox though, but they're now on the ground giving chase to them. Beast of the Hunt popped by Shaheen as they do not want to let Pop-Tarts get away.
Yeah, I don't think Sniper Meta understood. They had a huge advantage throughout that fight, and they're a little bit slow to the case, but between Octane and between the Beast of the Hunt there, they should be able to catch right back. Meanwhile, Rice Krispie Treats picking up some kills along the way as they made their way over through the choke. And it looks like a player could be on the high ground that they're looking for. Maybe someone Valkyrie over towards the side. As another player is going to drop in behind as well. Z Davis does get hunted down throughout all of that. So Pop-Tarts, we'll find out if that was worth it for them. Yeah, they picked up, 3 points throughout all of that. But now someone's going to have to rat it out. I believe maybe Lion is the last player alive.
Yeah, they need to at least secure some placement points as well with those kill points now. Rockstar, though, starting to get pushed. Their bubble's already been used. Thermite inside as well as they get slid on now, backing away. They've got to be careful here, but the entire time they do have that Seer ultimate going off, but Crummy gets cracked as he tries to back away, finds himself underneath the building, and Aves is just by himself, but he somehow survives. That full squad just running past him, so he's going to have an opportunity to hit that bat for now. Crummy backing away with the Wraith Q, keep himself safe. He just cuddles inside of the geyser proper, and so they're just giving them the ring around in this massive building here as Crummy decides, let's just get out of here, guys. Let's play the choke instead. Go for the KP here in much safer fashion. How safe is it? as Matt Pickett getting shot mid-air. Do they have the bubble for when he lands? And oh no, he decides to short it and he's caught out by himself.
Pickett maybe going for the next level plays there. Everyone's expecting him to geyser, even himself, and then he doesn't geyser across and heals instead. But it's always funny when you're the Wraith or, you know, the Pathfinder on your team and you're saying to your Seer and your Gibby, like, all right, guys, I'm safe. Come to me. And then they're like, all right. And then it's like, all right, Crummy, just bait me while you're at it and take the free damage along the way. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, great job just getting out of there again. There's so much more to be accomplished on the map right there. If you're not taking that fight, you just got to get out.
Team Razer making their way through staging now as the ring for round 1 has 50 seconds left to go before closing up, making their way over towards Harvester here. Be surprised if we find another team still lurking about, maybe Benchwarmers we saw last time in a similar circle where they did end up playing the edge there instead of committing onto a building. So Team Razer have to be careful in how they approach this. You can see how cautious they are moving up. No, Benchwarmers decide they're going to set up early for center zone here, and I like that call. They're currently in first place. They've got a decent lead now, and now it's just about playing consistent throughout the rest of the games, and to do so, they're going to play center zone.
Well, it depends on a lot of different situations too, and now you get a lot of different opportunities to practice different facets of your game. So we've already seen them play the edge. They know that they can do that. They can pick up kills. Now it's a different style of play. This is how a lot of these games are going to play out for a majority of the time when you're playing in the high-level tournaments. You have to coexist with teams. You have to learn how to pick up kills along the way, and you want to be in these situations just like in the previous game where you find yourself in the final zone trying to work on those situations in zone number 6 where it's closing really, really slowly. So that's the goal for Benchwarmers because they run rank together. They, you know, do everything together. Really, you don't get a lot of opportunities to get that zone 6 closing with so many different teams that are practicing and also playing for money. So I like what they're doing here. It's a very early rotation, but it's going to pay off for them.
Yeah, 1-2 on the charge rifle for Rambo here, but he's got plenty of ammo to work with, and he's got his teammates, of course, watching his back as well. He just needs to keep that angle to the north. Team Intel, though, finding themselves in a small skirmish, and they've actually traded, and this is such a scary spot to be in. As you can see, another team coming in for the third party. They finished off RSS, but Crummy and the squad are already here. Verls is left to rat this one out once again, just calling it here on the Valkyrie to get out of dodge.
Seen this one before, right? So I wonder how long he's going to be able to last, but unfortunate situation where this is your landing spot. This is where the zone's ending. It's your home court. You are able to take whatever priority building that you want, and now you're going out basically in 17th place. A majority of your team is at least a sniper meta. Trying to stay alive. A couple grenades going on over towards the corner. It's going to be an Octane bounce pad to get over towards a potential third party. Is that the team that's been shooting them the entire time? Looks like there's a lot of teams in the vicinity.
Yeah, Bubble's been used by Blight as they are ready to push into this squad. They're all huddled up into that corner, but the Caustic is going to slow things down. You might have to just call it here, and that's what Blight's going to do. They're going to get out of this situation, as you know how quickly teams can show up for third parties in this area. For now, Team Pop-Tarts did look like they're actually able to recover maybe just the one, as now Splash find themselves in a fight. They lost out a Malice moment throughout that, but they will be able to get the res at the very least with that bubble. So Nestle Splash continuing with the momentum carrying forward from that last game.
Nicely done, and their spot's not that bad as you see the zones continuing to hard pull over towards that Lava City side. And the way that it is pulling, it makes you wonder if it's going to go maybe even more towards Dome and kind of end in between the two on top of that hill where we see TSM play fairly often and lock things down. But Splash, they're going to be gatekeeping for quite some time, and with the charge rifle with the EVA 8, you can allow yourself to pick up kills on potential teams that are trying to rotate and over towards the side. But it's going to be hard to make their way into Lava City. They're going to have to do what a lot of other teams are doing, and that's coexist.
Yeah, they're going to have the opportunity to just actually completely avoid Lava City if it does pull down to Dome like you predict, Tom, or consider it going down towards. So they're happy to play on the north side here. They will have that option to just completely avoid all the fighting that will be taking place over at Lava City. There's plenty of good spots to land if you're coming in as that Valkyrie squad. To the east of the truck that's outside of Dome, on that little bit of high ground, has some decent amount of cover that you can actually play off there. And also, how many teams are actually playing on Dome for now? As we check in with Verholz, he actually didn't go too far when he went for that redeploy. That's the big brain play. Just come right back. No one's going to expect you to be here.
Hey, Verholz, my AC's been running a little hot recently. Could you fix that for me? It looks like he's on top of the case. Thank you, Verholz. Appreciate it. Well, I gotta exterminate anybody in the vicinity. That'd be nice of you, too. Just don't kill yourself. And make sure that you stay away from Team Razer, who's been locking down one of the spots that we were talking about, Jamerson. This is where the zone could potentially be. Verholz is getting kills as the rat. We switched at the wrong time.
What happened? Verholz taking out Madness there. The bench warmers losing out on one. That's not the rat getting taken out. That's the rat taking one person
Have we ever
out.
seen the rat taking people out like that? Have we ever seen a rat on rat cam kill anybody?
I don't think so. I don't know. But now we do have Lion going down once again. Sniper meta. We're able to find out Pop-Tarts once more. They're still alive in this, but man, this has been a rough 2 games for Team Pop-Tarts. Now as Team Cheez-It, they're just playing around with the Wraith portals here, just getting scanned up. A lot of teams in this building, as you can see. And you can see why they don't want to push down. There's a caustic below them. But if they can find maybe a knock, they might attempt it. But this is a scary position. We know how many teams are here in Lava City. We know how quickly the third parties show up.
A lot of teams over towards this Lava City side, and one of the best roofs to have is the roof that Team Cheez-It has, because all the teams are going to have to rotate directly towards them. So still locking this down, because unfortunately for these teams, there is no scan from what I see on top of one of the buildings, which would have been huge, because then they would have just bubble scanned, been able to get a lot of information, and then planned accordingly. Looks like we have a fight between 2 of our open teams, though. Double O Negative is going to get some knocks, and the Flatline's going to come in, and that's going to be another squad going out. But the big thing is Benchwarmer is going to be able to get Madness's banner, and if so, will they be able to pop a res off? With all these teams in the vicinity, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get one like they did in game number 1.
And remember, he was the Wraith as well. He's the mobility for that squad. And what? How do you find that kind of opening? Moosin took a lot of damage, though, has to back off. And somehow he survives that, but he needs to heal up. 6XCs, they'll find themselves in a fight over here by Dome, and it's going to be Splash going down as they just get cleaned up. Team Razer looking to come in for the third party. They're all inside of that car. No, one person made his way outside as the nades start coming in, but from behind, he gets hit up. He's got to be careful now. Razer, they do not find the timing on the third party. They have to back away. Now they just have to wait things out.
So Splash finally made their move like you were talking about. They could have avoided all of that in Lava City, and they did. But they just got mopped immediately on the landing, because you're landing into a team that's fully prepared for that type of situation. So maybe they didn't get the scans when that was coming down, or maybe a lot of this real estate was already taken. Again, these open games have been played very methodically by all of the players involved, all the teams involved. It's been fairly slow pace, and it's not really, showing that it's going to continue to change. So everyone's going to have to tighten up and really play their best. And it's surprising probably for Turns and team that they're not able to go anywhere, because their spot was looking good, but a lot of teams are already set up. Razer's in the perfect spot, in my opinion.
Yeah, and RKT is allowing them to just survive out there. They're playing inside of the Dome themselves. They've got a building all caustic up as fights are taking place right now. Baby Thule getting a knock onto Hero as well, and so Pop-Tarts might still be alive. One remaining, and that's clutch for them at the very least. But now RKT, they are starting to poke out. They've got a lot of ammunition to work off of too, as Team Razer are just holding down the western edge here. They've got a knock up, and they're going to go ahead and push up. There's Hakulo getting the knocks on to Mollis and the re-knock as well, so picking up some much needed kills for them. There's just one player remaining now for Team Cheez-It. We're down to 11 squads here in the fourth zone. It's a hard pull down to a very classic circle. You called it, Tom. It's coming down here to Dome. It's going to be ending on that car that we saw Team Splash getting wiped out in.
And that's why they were going for it. If they could take that spot, that's the game-winning play. And unfortunately for them, they weren't able to, and they probably would have got third-partied after that because they would have got a couple of knocks on their team. But Razer is going to be playing the edge like they always do, hopefully gatekeeping this team over towards the northeast, and then they're going to make their way in. Keep in mind, they have double mobility plus Zara Tricky if they need to toss that bubble down, but I believe he doesn't have his defensive bombardment, so that could have been something. As you get towards the dome, it doesn't really matter, so that would have been more to gatekeep the teams over towards the left-hand side because the eggshells are going to eat a majority of that, and all the teams are going to be inside buildings. But there's a lot of different areas to play. You could see where we get this flying cam. You play on the outside over towards the crates. You could still go in behind where RCO is, and you never know if teams are interested in coexisting or if you want to fight, but it's hard to go from one building to the other while not getting shot by the side.
And it looks like Applejacks were actually able to take away that position inside the car, getting rid of 6XZs as Team Razer are setting up angles now on, I believe this is going to be sniper meta. That is inside the vault tunnel, scans out from the other side. And Hakulo's got to be careful how he peeks this one, waiting out the timer on that scan, getting some decent damage off with that wingman. Doesn't connect on the tail end there, swaps out positions with Zara Tricky, who can really utilize that head glitch a little bit better. But we do have some redeploys coming out, and so they have to be careful with the Valkyries in play. They don't want to get dropped on as benchwarmers. They were able to recover Madness and get him back into this game. Zone closing in now. They have to worry about this climb up. Madness with the port out will be able to get his team up to the rocks, but they need to hold out for as long as possible. Port comes in just in time to keep Rambo alive, but they don't have a bubble anymore. Now the benchwarmers fall. That's going to be Team Rockstar picking them off in just a moment. But the turnaround is here. So many other squads have shown up. They are going for the quick res onto Aves to get him back on up, and it looks like they have a gold bag as well, but they still need to weed out the rest of the lobby here on the south side now. But they're getting shot from every angle.
I'm curious why they're not interested in pushing the team that Ticket ends up ulting, but Razer's just been mopping up throughout all this. Meanwhile, we're on board with Applejack, seeing what they're able to do. A lot of full squads left throughout all of this too, so this is going to be very interesting as they've locked down this trailer for quite some time. What a job though, just gatekeeping by all the teams on top of the hill, all the teams that have to come out of Lava City. If you predicted Dome, you got rewarded big time. It is just an uphill battle literally the entire time.
And what an interesting pull for this final circle as well. So a lot of the Dome is in play as Rockstar now finally making this push. Sniper meta are going to get cleaned up in 6th place. Rockstar really starting to open up now. You can see they have at least 10, 5 on Crummy and 5 assists as well. So that's at least 10 kill points for them, but they still have to make it up this hill. They're not going to have a portal in time unless they find an ultimate excel. So this is a very scary spot to be in with Team Razer keeping an eye on them for now. But as you can see, Crummy and Aves are starting to poke on up. Hakulo is in the back by himself. Has he spotted them out? You can see Team Razer, they need to start turning their focus now over to Team Rockstar.
Zara Tricky with a really nice defensive bombardment throughout all of that. Bubble is going to go down. You can still see Zara Tricky's holding on to his, so they're going to be able to advance, but one of the players ends up splitting, and now the portal is going to go down. So great utilization and AoE coming in from Zara Tricky, and now they're going to be able to continue to advance, but they're going to have to deal with Caustic throughout all this, as Blueberry has been so annoying, also tossing out some arc stars while the other team's pushing aside. Look at Hakulo just doing whatever he can, adding pressure, queuing back as the zone still has plenty of time to close. They can take that portal fairly late, let those other two teams fight, and then go in, but instead they have the bubble there too. Just great plays from Razer. I mean, look at how they opened up the map, made those two teams fight, and then came right back in.
And the trades, Osa Rated R gets finished off there as Hakulo has to swap off onto that wingman, and he goes down. Team Razer still, they've got 2 up. Baby Thule has to be careful as he only has his armor left, but they will have that moment to heal up. RCO and RKT do not want to push out of their buildings. That was the only saving grace for Team Razer there, losing out on Hakulo throughout all that. And so now it's going to be all Team Razer. They've got the priority position. They're going to be able to play outside while RCO and Rice Krispies are basically stacked on top of each other.
Man, that was amazing plays coming through from Razer. Again, they've been forcing the issue on the outside of the map the entire time, and then they just made the perfect plays over and over again, using every single legend ability, all perfectly executed, the baiting and switching. everything. And you're right, these two teams didn't want to push out because they would have ended up fighting each other and they would have had to deal with stuff. And then Razer could have just continued the onslaught that was happening because they would have hit some quick armor swaps, just got the res in. Hakula would have hit a med kit, and they would have finished this game in a big fashion. So we'll see if they can actually close this one out now. These two teams have to make their way towards them, coexist, and they've been picking up kills along the way.
And Nemusona's doing a good job of conserving on his barrels for now. He still has 2 in the back pocket here, and he's got the doors covered as well. Nox gas grenade at the ready for him. As you can see, RCO are trying their best to huddle on top. They have no cover to work with, so Razer are getting free shots off on them right now. They've got the cover. They've got even the replicators and the mobile respawn beacons down to work with here as Luciana goes in for that port just outside of Team Razer. RCO gets the first knock onto Nemusona, though, and this is all that Team Razer have been waiting for. It's the full turn on to just the solo member of RCO, of Luciana there, excuse me. That was a good pickup, and now Team Razer looking to finish things off. Hakulo tanking some of that defensive bombardment, but he does get that bat off, and now Team Razer, they're looking for a huge win here. They have at least 10 KP. How much more do they pick up? Well, it's the plus 12 at the very least with the win here in game number 3.
A phenomenal game coming out from Razer. Basically a masterclass on how to play Apex from the get-go. Playing on the outside, gatekeeping teams, causing commotion, finishing things off, AoE, everything that you need to see, the aggression. That was Team Razer at their best. That's how you perform during your week.
Yeah, great game for Team Razer there in game number 3. We're going to go ahead and take an extended break as we head into halftime. So we will be right back with the final 3 games of the day right after this.
Hey, what's up? My name is Baby Tuli, and I play with the Black Shark V2.
Might actually be giving Intel a chance to escape free.
Yeah, it's actually RKT that was looking down at them, and now Razer showing up to put a stop to this push. So Team Intel can count their lucky stars for this. Lightstar Joe going down. That was the port being...
The Black Shark V2 has advanced passive noise cancellation, which shuts out noise and gives you uninterrupted focus.
Trading 1 for 2 though, and that should be Razer picking this one up, cleaning that one up. 67, 23, 35, there we go. And
if you're looking for the best gear, check out Razer at walmart.com/esportsarena for all your Razer products. My name is Baby Tuli, and I play Apex Legends for Team Razer, and you're watching Razer Week.
What's going on, y'all? Yeso here, your Series E host, and I'm joined by Spirit Z, the Series E commissioner, to talk to you all about some of the changes we're bringing into Series E Apex Legends going into Season 4. The first 3 seasons have been a blast, and we're excited that these new changes will make an even better experience for our viewers and players. And it all starts with a bigger season this time around. Previous 12-week-long runs will now be 16 weeks long, and will also include a mid-season roster mania to allow our players to make adjustments and changes leading into the second half.
Yeah, you said it perfectly, JC. I mean, we got a longer season for you guys, and on top of that, we now have a dedicated time for you guys to make those roster swaps, you know, because no more kicking off Timmy, you know, week 2, week 3, because, you know, you don't like him. We have an actual designated time for you guys to make those changes.
Next thing we want to talk about here is some big shifts for Open Night, okay? Previous seasons, we didn't allow any pro organizations to come and compete, but now that will change. Any pro org that isn't already invited to come and play during Pro Night can come and compete during our Open Night competition, and we're expanding it in terms of the numbers as well, as we will now have qualifying rounds played between 2 servers. The 12 best teams from those qualifying rounds will then move on to compete against our 8 partnered squads.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've had so much interest from so many pro organizations that want to find a way to, you know, participate or be a part of Series E in any way they can, and this is the way how we've really opened the floodgates for them to actually come and be a part of what we have going on.
Yeah, it's awesome, and there's also a lot more going on here as well, because now some of our best Open Night orgs can get invited to come and play on Pro Night, which also has expanded prizing this season.
I can tell you this much, the lobbies, Open Night lobbies are going to be a lot more competitive this season, so get ready for that one. And the prize pool, $1,000, it's going to increase, it's going to be a good time.
Next thing we want to talk about is one final adjustment to the way Open Night is going to work. In previous seasons, our best Open Night team throughout the entire season automatically qualified for Series E sponsorship, but it's not going to work that way any longer. Now the only way to qualify for that Series E sponsorship is to come and play in our open qualifiers.
Yeah, our qualifiers are going to be nuts. It's going to be pretty competitive now that Series E has grown so much. So, I mean, you're not going to want to miss it because sign-ups start right now.
Yep, definitely make sure to get in on that. The final thing to address is our Series E champions will now represent Esports Arena in the ALGS.
Yeah, it's quite an opportunity to actually represent our brand in the LGS. So I mean, the first place team that wins pretty much the season gets to get another contract for the following season, as well as represent us.
It's awesome. Make sure to get in for the qualifiers right now. As Spiritsy already mentioned, the signups are live over at matchareno.com/ESA. And if you guys have any further questions about what's going on, just head over to esportsarena.com or join our Discord. Welcome back, everybody. Back-to-back wins for the partnered squads at the very least. Applejack Splash and now Team Razer getting a win under their belt during Razer Week. And absolutely love to see that. This is a squad that's trying to chase down Team Pringles and Team Intel at the top of the standings. They're running out of time to do it, but that win is certainly going to help them out. Let's check out our player of the game here for game number 3. And then I want to talk about our team's kind of journeys through this season. But let's look at Baby Tooley, grabbing player of the game, 9 kills, 2 assists, and over 2,000 damage here. And let's be honest, I have been Baby Tooley, one of Baby Tooley's biggest critics throughout this season in my power rankings. But I will have to admit, I think Baby Tooley has been a very different player in the second half of the season, has really stepped up his game, and that has kind of run parallel in the rise of Team Razer. Now, they've always been near the top of the standings, but it seemed like they've just been more consistently performing better as a squad in this back half of the season, and I think that largely goes to the fact that Baby Tooley has picked up his game. Mr. Hakulo and Zara Tricky have been good throughout the entire season, but it seems like Baby Tooley has stepped things up, and it has had Razer improving overall. So big game from Baby Tooley here. Congratulations to him. Hope he and the squad can finish off the season strong, as we're running short on time. Right? Just 9 more games left in the season, so it's been very fun to watch that. But I want to talk about, if you guys watched during the season, at the halfway mark, we did a nice little graph tracking our team's trajectories on my weekly power rankings, which is an opportunity for me to talk on a week-to-week basis about where I think each of our teams stand. And you can see on your screen right now how each team has jumped up and down my power rankings throughout this season. One of the standouts is obviously going to be Team Intel. I think they have just purely been the best team, no joke, this entire season, and it shows where they have sat in first place in the power rankings since week 5, have not dropped out, and it's just because I feel like every time maybe they seem like they're going to drop a little bit, they rebound, they bounce back, have another big performance. Meanwhile, one of the roughest trajectories you've seen this season has been Team Rockstar, who now sits in 8th in my power rankings, and Team Razer, who has recovered strongly. You can see I talk about they've had a rough season, but you see that second half, they've recovered really well, jumped all the way up into second place. They're in the conversation to maybe try and grab second place in the overall standings here by the end of the season. Maybe even first. It's going to be a tough test to close that gap with Team Intel, but I think Razer has looked really good. If you guys want to see, though, more of my thoughts on our teams in our final power rankings of the season, just use ! Power rankings in chat, and we've got another giveaway for you, okay? So ! Giveaway, if you want to enter. What we got for you this time is a Huntsman Tournament Edition keyboard and a Razer Kraken headset. So if you want to win that right now, ! Giveaway. We'll be doing more throughout the rest of the night. That's going to do it for halftime here. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll kick off the final 3 games here of Open Night.
I'm Zara Tricky, and whenever I play Apex Legends, I use the Razer Viper Mini.
Hook, and so running to this full squad, it looks like it's Rollers on the other side. Never mind, its team is getting full.
The Viper Mini has an ultra lightweight design. It also uses the Razer SpeedFlex cable, so it feels almost wireless.
Do a lot of different things. One of them is look down and just pick up all of these 3 kills. Unfortunately for them, the kills not really going in their favor. They just need to focus on the same time.
And it uses the Razer optical switches, so it has the fastest response time of any mice. I prefer the Viper Mini over other mice because it has a ton of great features that you won't find in other mice, and it's only $40 on Walmart.com. If you're looking for a new mouse, I'd recommend the Viper Mini to anyone who likes a balanced weight and uses a claw or fingertip grip. you ever need to upgrade your gear, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and buy yourself some Razer gear. My name is Very Tricky, and I play Apex Legends for Team Razer, and you're watching Razer Week.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. After the half, we had Team Razer taking the win there in game number 3, and it was 3 back-to-back wins for our partnered squad so far. Means our leaderboard should be quite even. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One leaderboards to see who is currently setting up top. And with that ruin, Team Razer and Team Applejacks will send down Benchwarmers to 3rd place, while tied currently for 2nd, but I think Applejacks have the tiebreaker with the win that they got earlier on tonight, Tom.
Yeah, most nutty game we've seen from Razer in quite some time, and it was awesome to see. That was Season 1 Esports Arena Series E Razer right there. If you remember, they used to be the #1 team. Now it's been Team Intel. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment from game number 3, and it had to be something from Team Razer.
And we were talking about this, right? This is specifically a position that TSM love to hold when we have these dome endings on a north side of Shell. They play it so well, but Team Razer shows off what can happen if you play it expertly. You pick up so much KP, you have so much space to work off of. The teams inside the dome just could not do anything, as they were just, of course, huddled up on top of each other this whole time, licking their lips, hoping to get involved in this, but they just could not. So Team Razer get a free reset after this fight, and then, of course, they move on to take the win.
Just the way that they were able to come through here and stay alive, the baiting and switching, the portal, the way that he forced the action and forced these two teams to go at it, and then they have so many different outlets to get back in there. They have the bubble from Zara Tricky. They have Baby Tuli tossing down that bounce pad. Everything was perfect from them. The only thing that went wrong, hey, had to sacrifice Hackula. Fortunately, like you said, the third parties didn't come through, and they were able to hit those reses extremely quick. It's nice to see them running on all cylinders, and that was some inspiring gameplay.
That's right. Our top 3 currently separated by 2 points, with Team Razer in first place, 39, Applejacks and Benchwarmers tied for 2nd place with 37. And here we go, Team Razer. This is a good bounce back for them, especially after what happened in game number 2. Remember, Mr. Hackula getting kind of cheesed on their drop, and you can see how they have changed up their drop here. They're not going for that Trials loot immediately. They're sticking together as a full 3-man just in case Rice Krispies try to go for something a little bit wonky here. As we had a small hiccup. I don't know exactly what happened to Zara Tricky, but he's back onto the looting path.
It looked like a cat or a dog coming through, and it's game time. I'm sorry, sometimes the pets always want the attention. Unfortunately for Zara Tricky, now's not the time. We got more games to win over here during Razer Week. As we take a look at a zone finally pulling over towards the west side. It's not going to be another southern zone over here, but speaking of the southern side of the map, we still have Applejacks, and they're 50-50. If I'm not mistaken, last time they had to split the loot, and they didn't take this.
Hero, though, has them cornered, and he says there's no getting away from this one, as that nade forces the top player back, and then he gets free shots on the lower player himself now. Got other fights taking place as Z Proficiency actually gets a knock onto line, so a lot of fights taking place right now, but it's Applejacks that have the angles, that have the damage going across, forcing out all the cooldowns as well. Expending a lot of utility into this one now, just trying to force them into each other. But Osa Rated R has to be careful. He was a little bit split from the rest of the team. And hey, that's a nice little Christmas present there, picking up the purple for himself. And so Applejacks feels super comfortable in this fight now.
That's definitely a momentum boost. You go, all right, I'm feeling good. The cards are aligning. The planets are aligning. I'm getting all the loot that I need. 30-30, though, without a scope. I would trade that for anything.
Hero, though, coming in for the front lines. He's ready to push on to the circle building now with this Gibraltar. They might be running out of barrels on the other side. As you can see, they were chasing them down this whole time. Blueberry Smalls is going to go ahead and lock off that door. And it's going to be a 1-point entry for them. And he's the only one that can actually try and push up. He's trying to sneak in these barrels this time around. He needs to go ahead and pre-pop that one, but the nades are coming out from the other side. And this fight is taking extremely long, but typically you don't expect a third party in the thermal station fight. We'll see if that happens. We are reaching some absurd amounts of timing for this fight with 40 seconds left to go before the zone even starts closing. But here we go. Blueberry Smalls ready. Let's try and advance in. He should have the dome ready to go ahead and push through this door.
That's right. The dome would come right after the barrel there, but he does have another barrel coming up here fairly shortly. The problem with this situation is everybody expects you as the caustic to be the person to push in because they're running caustic as well. So it makes things just a little bit complicated in this type of situation because you can see Brandon is full health with the purple as he's popping some cells and he's continuing to throw these barrels down. So it comes down to having to push through as that caustic. There's really nothing the other players on your team can do.
This is such an awkward fight with the caustics on either side. We see the Nox Gas grenade getting tossed into that one. Might have been a little bit short, as you can see on the left side of the screen. Bordeaux just trying to cover the door for now, getting ready to pre-pop that barrel for himself. He's got to be careful, and there it is. Brandon pops it, keeping that side clear, but they're walking this one in, and they're doing a good job of clearing this out. This entire time, though, we have to note that RKT did actually bypass this fight. Now they're ready to play the choke, and so that third-party opportunity, it might actually come in for Rice Krispies. Applejacks have to be clean on this fight. They cannot lose out on anyone. As you can see, Heroes keeping an eye on the back, and there's the first knock onto Gordon. The push out from Taipan Esports, and it's going to be Applejacks getting a second knock. It's a 3v1. Health bars are low, and Blueberry Smalls has gone down. So will the third party come out? They will be able to finish off this fight. They need to instantly res and get these armor swaps out.
Yeah, we'll see if Rice Krispie Treats elects to go for this one again. Like you said, they bypassed that, but I think that was clean enough from Applejacks, even though it wasn't the cleanest fight we've ever seen. The nice flatline shots coming in from Hero outside of the bubble there was fairly big and game-changing throughout all of that. You could see 522 damage already as this zone's going to be closing out. Gibby ends up being taken out. Now it's up to Turns and Malice. Keep in mind, Splash is on the hunt, trying to take down Team Pop-Tarts in that 4th spot. So all of these kills extremely crucial, but just as a two-man squad, we'll see what they're able to do. I mean, just imagine if they had Gibby right now, they'd be 7.
Inevitable Gaming making a push down here at Countdown now into Caustic Gases. Plugged is going to be the first one to fall, and they just back away. The defensive bombardment has been used as Key is taking a lot of damage on the retreat. As Team Razer on the other side of this one getting the knock onto one more coming in for the third party. So Team Razer really picking things up here during the open night now. Remember, they are our first place team. Akulo struggling just a bit to finish off this player, but they will secure that thirst for themselves. Another one as well coming out from Baby Thule.
Well timed from Razer. This is kind of what they were looking for earlier on before halftime that they weren't able to get. A lot of the teams weren't fighting, and now they find the right pathing, the right timing coming through and picking that one off. But someone's trying to defend the boxes over there as some shots are going to be laid down. Taking a look at Tomcat Rat Cam Locks over here. Gibby Rat. Well, I don't know the last time I've seen it, but it's kind of interesting to see a Gibby Rat.
And he's going to play a game of hide and seek back in Skyhook. No, he's actually running away from Skyhook. So, no, don't like that. Don't like that. He turns around. Yeah, it's going to be very scary for him as the big boy. As Team Intel, they haven't moved that far off. Still here in Lava Siphon as the ring is closing in. So they're just going to play Edge for now. They know when the ring pulls away hard for them. They just wait for that third ring to get the scan. And then they'll be able to Valkyrie ult into whatever spot they want. The last 2 games haven't been the best for Team Intel. We'll see in the second half of the day if they can turn things around.
If you're going to do it, the gold R9 longbow combo here for Dupe is the way to go. So loving what you're seeing out of that. I mean, I would not want to go up against Dupe in any type of situation here. But I love the way that they play. I think this is extremely standard. Like you said, going for this possible scan on the outside of the ring could be big to find out where ring number 3 is going to be. Once that happens, Valkyrie redeploy. They could also elect to play the Edge, right? They have good enough armor. They have the fighting skills to be able to do that too. So a lot of different options coming in here for Team Intel.
And they just wait this one out, and it does look like maybe they do turn around or just go for a blind rotate here. You can still take things slow, but it is a hard pull over towards the western edge. We'll get an eye on that in just a moment, and it doesn't look like they're going to elect for that. As we join on board with Team Cheez-It, they're playing on that landslide connecting tunnel. Moosin missing that shot with the Kraber, has to back away. He does have the gold armor and plenty of cells, so he'll be able to top off really quickly here. Now as they move up, they're going to have their work cut out for them. We're going to have, I believe, Team Intel moving in from Lava Siphon from this side. So a lot of teams are actually converging here on the southeast portion of the map.
That Kraber skin is so sick, but I want to see Musin go for some headshots over here. The first one, little flick shot, looked fairly close. Didn't end up connecting over here, but look at this. They're lining up for him. Oh, that was so close to a collateral.
Yeah, I thought that might have been a two-piece there. It was so close. They do have control over this replicator, so if they need extra bats, they can pick that one up. You see plenty of credits on Moosin. It's a little bit vulnerable for them, so it doesn't look like he's going to go for it quite yet, but they have the option with the replicator for the time being.
Bubble going down means that this team is most likely dealing with something on the other side, so Moosin's trying to get some high ground, get some more eyesight to find out exactly what's going on, and look at this little cheeky angle that he found.
He has plenty of shots, 8 left, but he's going to be a bit more conservative with this one, as they are the squad that's looking to gatekeep. So these are going to be like some free kills for them, basically, if he can connect with the shots. So he's going to take his time with it. Does find an out of bounds, surprisingly enough. Hey, just 1 meter ahead of you. That one's out of bounds, but this is safe. Yeah, game logic is sometimes weird.
Totally, right? He is probably surprised from that one too. But again, because that bubble went down, they are smelling blood, and they're getting a little bit interested over here. We may see something crazy from Wallace, as he's going to be the one to push up. If this team starts to engage once the zone closes, like you were talking about, there's a potential for a Wallace portal over here. The problem is, you don't really want to show too much presence until that type of, engagement goes down. So they're a little bit early there, and they need to just make sure they're masking what they're doing.
We've got RCO inside Hot Springs. They think it's going to be a hard pull over here. We haven't been privy to a scan quite yet, and so we still need to keep an eye on that when we can get an upgrade. But it looks like Team Cheez-It are finally looking for an opening now. They are starting to advance, all 3 members. They're getting shot out from a distance, though, and so they want to go ahead and cut off the angle. They push up onto the rocks. The team is split up for now. Another fight taking place on the south side. It's going to be Team Intel up against Aves. They've already lost out on Skittle Cakes, but with Dupe and Verhol still alive, there's an opportunity here, especially if you connect with shots like that. Doesn't get the knock, but the defensive bombardment is there. Skittle Cakes does get finished off, and Verhol has the angle. He is punishing them. Trades back. Map pick goes down. It's a 2v1 now, as Team Intel are looking to finish this one off. They need to do it quickly here to recover that banner at the very least, but the third parties are starting to come in.
How many defensive bombardments was that? 3 in a row? Absolutely ridiculous. Verholst is just eating that as he's just dominating. Dupe's eating another one, and they're going to be able to grab Skittle Cake's banner throughout all of that. Nice job from Verholst. The flatline control out of this world. Now they're having enough shots and presence to scare this team off as well. This is one of those hot spots, though, where tons of fighting takes place. So Verholst may call it. If he has his ultimate, which I'm not quite sure if he does, they may dip out and just immediately go for the respawn on the Skittle.
Yeah, they can just go ahead and go over the mountain to the respawn building just to their northeast. It might actually be free. Can't imagine a team is actually holding that building on a ring like this when it's continuing to pull over towards the Hot Springs side. So that might be a free respawn for them. We did see, of course, Team Cheez-It were roughly in that area as well. We'll see what they go for, as no, they dropped down a mobile respawn beacon, and so they're going to have that to bring Skittle Cakes back in. So Team Intel are safe in that regard, as Dupe throws down the ultimate excel and has one more just in the back pocket. This might catch out the squad if they get thirsty to try and punish this res.
Really smart play to give that on over to Dupe so he could continue to do exactly what you were talking about. Get that defensive bombardment ready. That's going to be utility to make sure that they can get their loot on Skittle Cake's side. And fortunately, having that mobile respawn beacon is huge. Now they can continue to lock this spot down and figure out exactly where they can use Verholst's ult now. Instead of going for the respawn, they could focus on the rotation. And speaking of Valkyrie ults, Pringles is making their play now.
Team Pringles, they're going to go ahead for that redeploy, and this fence line usually is going to be free, so they are safe with plenty of cover. And they can play for that bridge a little bit later on if they want to. Go for that high ground and then work their way into Hot Springs. That's a nice little armor swap for Phony just in case. Madness, though, on the bench warmers. They're playing on the bridge side here on the edges. Got to be careful. He's by himself. He has not started the queue quite yet, and he gets into it just in time. Noct and Rambo are here to hold the line for him, and Madness will stay alive, but that was a close call. Defensive bombardment has been used from Noct, and now they want to turn the tables. Madness with a quick reset on that gold armor is going to allow them the timing on this one, and you can see another team is waiting in the wings, so benchwarmers have to be careful in how they approach this fight. It's Team Razer. I want to get involved as soon as they see the trades, but Rambo gets that first knock onto Sneaky Monkey.
Look at all the angles that's being taken. Again, it started with Madness forcing everything, calling out what the armors were. There's a knock. We'll see if Razer decides that they want to push on that one. If anybody has a gold bag, that's going to be a res immediately into a scan, most likely, as the bubble is going to be dissipating here fairly soon. But it looks like they are safe just temporarily.
Cheez-It.
As now Cheez-It is making their play as well. But the armor swaps are there for Madness if he needs them.
Yeah, and Team Razer is still waiting, so there's still an opportunity for Razer to come in for that third party. Baby Thule got the knock onto Madness. That's the re-knock. He wasn't able to heal up just in time. She's gonna have to be careful how they approach this because they haven't seen a trade on the other side. And so this is all just Team Razer waiting for this one out. Mollis does get the knock onto Noct, leaving one more left for the bench warmers here. And it's just going to be this one left as Team Razer push up, and oh no! Team Cheez-It are full health. Baby Thule is the first one to go down. Hakulo is forced to queue back, and so Cheez-It will survive this one, but not Team Razer. What a fight for Cheez-It.
Cheez-It really putting it to him there as we see another fight taking place. Skillcakes and Verhol's going to pick up some kills along the way. Dupee goes down, another player, last player alive, should be up on top of that mountain, but I like the play and the thought process to go and use the downed player potentially and the knockdown shield to go and do that. You also toss out the barrel as well while fending off a third party, or is that just still the same Valkyrie? I mean, ridiculous plays coming out from Team Intel. Looks like they're fending off two separate teams, but Dupe may be up in time to throw a bubble.
Oh, and he gets the coverage from that barrel to actually stop the connect of one of the defensive bombardments. Dupe gets up, and it looks like it was a pretty good rest for them as they'll be able to reestablish. They throw down the defensive bombardment just for more time to reset, and now they are the ones controlling this choke, pushing up. Team Intel have found a good number of kills through this game. This is a nice bounce back game for them after the last two here. You do have this full squad though ahead of them trying to play on top of the rocks. We'll see if Skittlecakes or Verholz can find an opening here.
You'd love to have that defensive bombardment back. That's why Dupe is popping those ultimate excels as fast as possible. 50 seconds for this ring to move, and we'll see if there is any more ultimate excels in the vicinity to try to get this one back. Yes, you're going to have the missile swarm coming in for Verholz, but if you could do the missile swarm with some grenades, get them to use the bubble, then toss the defensive bombardment, or just do that vice versa, you're going to be in a good position. You're going to need that utility to get there, though. There's no way that that team is going to allow Intel in here for free.
Dupe is just role-playing a Watson here, just gobbling up so many ultimate excels. I think that was like his 6th or 7th one in this game. Here's Team Cheez-It, though, as they now need to move in with 15 seconds left to go before the zone starts closing. They've got their work cut out for them. You can see they're getting shot up from the south side. There's another team just to their west as well, so they're not going to have that opportunity. Moosin, though, does have that Valkyrie deploy, but be a little bit scary to use it in this situation. They need to back off to the cover, and that's what they'll do. Now they're going to have to go for a blind rotate with this one, but it looks like they're just going to wait until Finicky tops off, and now they're going to go for the redeploy.
They could have waited maybe even to the last second, too, for this ring to close, so maybe more teams get focused, or maybe you think, hey, we need to rotate early. Either way, this is going to be a tough situation because wherever they land, they're going to be in a tough spot. But they're going to go for the building here, try to coexist on the outside. Unfortunately, they don't make it over towards the roof, and now they're going to have to take this fight. Bubble goes down. Moose is looking for some damage over there with some grenades as well. I like this play, but someone's going to have to take over towards the back end or the high ground instead. They're going to coexist bottom to top floor, and Intel making that tough rotation that we were talking about. Already down with Skittlecakes. Verholz still full health. Dupe looking pretty healthy as well, but now he's going to have to battery inside this defensive department. Connects a ton.
And that's why you hand him the ultimate Excel's Team Intel. Will clean up Pringles before they go down. Verhulst is left once again by himself. There might be an opportunity for him to hit the res. Maybe they have another mobile respawn beacon as well to get Skittle Cakes back into this game for a second time. Here's Team Cheez It though, trying to hold down this building. They've lost out on Moosin throughout all of this. Their HP bars are a little bit low. Finicky though has a lot of HP to work with, and they will be able to clean up the squad. 5 teams remaining, and Intel are the only damaged squads still missing out on Skittle Cakes.
Look at that confident play there from Finicky, just sitting there, ADSing, waiting for the Wraith to come right back over towards where he was predicting. Calm, cool, and collected. That's been Finicky ever since Season 3 started. It's nice to see him really step up his game. He's been a huge part of Team Cheez It's success over the last months. They started off fairly slow, but now they're still in contention, as we don't know exactly what happened with Pop-Tarts this game. I haven't really been keeping tabs on them, but Team Cheez It's looking pretty solid to start this one. Intel making their play over towards the side. Also, RCO's done a good job the last 2 games of predicting the zones. We saw them towards the tail end of the dome end.
I wonder if Dupe tries to go for a bubble res or respawn here, as one is still active in the hot springs, and he does go for it without having to expend the bubble. This is clutch for him. He actually, no, he doesn't get it off, unfortunately. Had to cancel it. And oh boy, he's going for it one more time. RCO don't want to push out, and now Team Intel get a free res onto Skittle Cakes. We'll see if he can stick the landing and make it out.
That's bait right there. I don't know if that zone's going to close in time. I'd be feeling a little sketched out coming back if I was Skittle Cakes, but either way, keep in mind, he's going to be able to toss out barrels. He may not even need to have anything, and you're going to be landing with that gray armor, which is going to be fairly useful. And this zone is like the slowest light ever, basically, that you've ever tried to go through. You ever see those slow yellow lights? That's how this zone's moving right now. As Intel takes over towards the high ground, RCO, they're not in. They're going to have to play directly below or towards the edge of the mountain, so the lines of sight are not in their favor, and Rice Krispie Treats is meeting them over towards the bottom as well.
Team Intel, though, in a lot of trouble. Skittle Cakes has no loot whatsoever. I mean, he's got, what, just the syringes that you spawn with throughout all of this? Oh, barrels! He's got barrels! And he is tossing them down. They need to secure some loot for him, so this is going to be absolutely clutch. But Dupe has dropped down by himself. He's still alive somehow. Luciana and Nemusona do go down, but they lose out on Dupe. Verhulst is the next one to fall. No! He does not survive. Skittle Cakes with a quick armor swap, but he's got nothing left in the tank there. Just the triple take. Tries to get another armor swap. He was stuck in that animation, picking up the banner. And now he's got that port to go back into the ring. He's just going to fall. Team Intel from shambles do at least secure themselves top 4 with a good number of kills. But now here we go, the final 3 squads remaining. We've got actually Cheez It fighting up top. Inevitable Gaming has gotten a knock, but they are not ready to push off of it, as Key needed time to heal up. So it's going to be a 3v3v3 here for the final circle.
We've seen Skittle Cakes in action. That was Struggle Cakes for sure. Coming out with no loot, just barrels, picking up the triple take, having to hit 3 armor swaps, going through portals just to stay alive. RCO with a absolutely wild play. Not sure who made this call, but they were absolutely going for the high ground, realizing that that was no longer an option. They're going to have to bail back down and eventually take that zip right back and up. And you know who's waiting for him. That's Inevitable Gaming.
Barrels going down off of cooldown for Plugged Cube. He needs to pop those pretty much instantly. That one was a bit long.
Oh, they made it up.
RCO are just underneath. Yeah, so it's going to be a bit troublesome for Inevitable Gaming, because they have to worry about their back now. Team Cheez It are able to walk up with this zone for free. And so Inevitable Gaming, how long can they stick on this rock? Cheez It might actually just be in the best position here, being on the low, because of Team RCO that are just underneath Inevitable Gaming.
Yeah, RCO with the psycho play. I didn't think they were going to be able to make it up there. I thought they were going to get absolutely melted, but somehow, some way, they were able to. And now they're in the running to potentially win this one. As nice little Nox gas grenade comes over towards the side. Inevitable Gaming hasn't been adding as much pressure as we were expecting onto RCO. And now an early bubble bailing over towards the high ground, getting over towards the side. They're going to be able to heal, but does RCO have any more utility? The team with the last bubble, typically the teams go and win this one. RCO may be able to take advantage of this.
Now, Cheez It are picking up some kills, though, and they do at least secure second place for themselves, and that's going to be RCO calling it, taking game number 4 away from Cheez It. GG, well played there in game number 4, and finally, now, one of our open squads take a win here during the open night.
It's nice to see an open squad win it, and RCO, again, had a good game number 3. They've been predicting the zones well. It's just kind of surprising that both of those teams, Cheez It and Inevitable, didn't focus them when they made that low rotation over towards the high ground, but great call and great execution towards the end.
We're going to go ahead and take a short break, and when we get back, we'll have game number 5 of Series E during Razer Week right after this.
I've been playing Apex Legends since Season 3, and what got me into it was just wanting to try a new game.
Gate capped here, so if they don't clear this team out, it's going to be a fairly difficult situation. So I'm a big fan of this. We'll see what Razer's going to be able to do. I mean, 15 seconds, it's kind of an eternity here in this type of situation because you can just add the pressure, then back off. Hopefully,
the champions I usually play are Octane and Wraith, and I usually just run the 301 and the Eva 8.
Now Gibby turns ball throughout all of this, and now here's Razer looking for the cleanup. They're going to secure all the bodies on the ground, get all the kills as well.
Playing with Zero, Tricky, and Baby Two is always fun because we're all friends and we try to win, but we mostly just try to have fun. If you need some new gear for gaming, check out walmart.com/esports for Razer products. My name is Miss Shakua. I play Apex Legends for Team Razer, and you're watching Razer Week.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Welcome back, folks. RCO able to grab the win there. That does end the streak of our partner teams grabbing wins tonight, but still a lot of them feeling good with their performances so far. Let's check out our player of the game here for game number 4. And it's going to go to Borden. 4 kills and an assist. Not a ton of damage, 532 here, but RCO got themselves in the right position for these late game fights. They were able to grab the win, so good performance from them. And it goes back to something we talk about here every week. If you get into that late circle and you can get that third party in the final 3, you're going to have a significant advantage, and they had it there. You saw the health bars for Team Cheez It. They had one player down, one player very close to going down, and the other with about 50 health remaining on their shield. So it was just a very well, set up opportunity for RCO to push. They easily wiped Team Cheez It and take the victory. So RCO got to love how that one ended up. Now I want to talk a little bit about a couple of the teams here battling for the top spot. We've been talking a ton about the squads that are trying to chase down big positions in the overall standings, but let's look at just what's going on here tonight and our top 2 squads with just 2 games remaining. So we're going to talk about Team Razer and Team Benchwarmers here. Obviously, Benchwarmers have been the best open squad this season, period. They have continued to crush it on a week-to-week basis. They are one of the biggest threats as well, so they're very tough to deal with. And Team Razer obviously had a big win. They are, again, trying to chase down Pringles and Intel. Still have a little bit of work to do on that front, but they have been contending all throughout tonight. And we continue to go to their POVs, see them winning fights, racking up kills, and looking really strong. And while I'm not exactly sure how things have totally shaken out on the Mobile One leaderboard to this point, those are 2 of the big contenders here to take a win in open night in Razer Week, and so we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on those 2 squads here for the final 2 games of the day. Going to remind you guys once again, we've got another giveaway here. This time around, I got a Huntsman mini keyboard and a set of the Razer Black Shark V2 Pro headsets. So a keyboard and an awesome headset. I can tell you from experience, I use the Black Shark V2 Pros here at work every single day. They are awesome. I absolutely love using them. Very comfortable, very light. You're going to want to get in on this giveaway. So exclamation point giveaway in Twitch chat right now if you want to get in on that one. And we'll still have one more later on tonight, so stick around for that. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll kick off the first of the final 2 games of Open Night.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Zare Tricky, and when I'm not playing Apex Legends,
Keeping them alive for now as he's going in for the peak. It's a 2v2 right now, brought down to a 2v1. Big mass.
I like to just stay home and hang out with my cats. So here's Emery. She is actually our first cat we got. She is the middle child, and she loves to be held. And here is Little Baby. That's actually her name, but she either goes by the Little Baby or the Baby. And she is our newest one. We actually found her outside, and we decided to keep her. And lastly, here is Big Boy. He is the oldest and the biggest, and he is actually super sweet. Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Zare Tricky, and I play Legends for Team Razer, and you're watching Razer Week.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws, they're Jumbo.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep. Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. RCO have been playing for the center zone and finally are awarded themselves a win after game number 4. So let's check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see now who is standing atop, because our top 3 teams didn't have the same kind of performance, and that means RCO with that win are now tied for 2nd place with Applejacks. Benchwarmers are now dropped down to 4th, but Team Razer maintained their position there in 1st place.
Look at RCO. It's nice to see them climbing up, and it's also nice to see Team Razer, like you said, sitting in 1st place during Razer Week. But RCO is one of our consistent teams here during the Open Week. With the relegations coming up, Season 4 was just announced. If you guys don't follow Esports Arena on Twitter, make sure you guys do. Larger prizes. It's going to be awesome to see, and we'll see if RCO is going to be one of those teams that makes it in. They show up every single week. They're always grinding ranked out, and they're finally showing up today.
And also, we have to remember that we do have teams on the bubble. We'll check in with the cumulative leaderboard after this. We should have our Mobile One high performance moment up for game number 4. And it's going to be the late game, the end game here. The 3v3v3 and Inevitable Gaming basically seal the fates for themselves and for Cheez-It when they decide to go for this full push onto them. The bubbles, like you said, Tom, a bit early, but they needed to do it. They had no cover, and you see the trades going out between the 2 squads.
Problem is once they go and commit over here, they realize that they kind of messed up because they didn't add enough pressure down to RCO below earlier. And Finicky's wondering the same thing. They just played it a little bit too safe. You have to have a little bit more of a presence, but you also can't be too afraid to take damage throughout all of that. And I think that's what everybody was afraid of. Nobody wanted to take damage. Everybody played it safe. And the team that made the biggest risk on the rotate from down below, RCO, ended up getting the biggest reward. As we take a look at our cumulative leaderboard to see where everyone stands.
And this is updated, and take a look at the difference now between Team Pop-Tarts and Splash. Pop-Tarts only averaging about 4 points per game, 16 overall tonight, and Splash have cut into their lead. So 25-point difference. That's what's separating our two squads into relegation. Will Pop-Tarts be able to hold on to that 4th place spot, or will Splash, maybe even Cheez-It or Applejacks? It's also close amongst the 4th through 7th place squads right now, Tom.
These next 2 games mean so much for these teams because this is where you're going to really try to stand out. The Pro Day is going to be so much more difficult tomorrow. We don't really know exactly what's going to happen, but if Pop-Tarts continues to slip, you know what's going to happen is they're going to end up changing their composition again because they're not picking up the points that they were hoping for, and we've seen them run a handful of different things. They maybe even consider switching their composition for this game. We'll see.
And here we go, heading into game number 5, back onto World's Edge. We'll be joining on board with RCO, our winners of game number 4, dropping over here at Harvester. Now, this is just a central position. You got yourself the beacon. You can go ahead and make the early rotates out. That's how they've been able to get into center zone so early on in most of our games.
Having that beacon added over towards the Harvester side is so clutch because that was one of the only things that was negative about landing over towards Harvester. Yeah, the loot isn't that great, but it's a great spot for Caustic's. If the end game comes over here, Caustic's really going to thrive, so you're already in a great position. It's central, but now you have that beacon and you see the scan heavily favoring over towards that no-name Geyser side. Jamerson, what do you think? I mean, Geyser is a little bit too risky, not enough in the zone there, but if you play the tunnel on the opposite side of the door, you're going to have a lot of opportunities for points and kills.
Yeah, Razer's Edge, though, trying to play for some kills right there, securing that thirst onto Z proficiency. And fight taking place over at Survey Camp. Ivan is still bleeding out, though. We'll see if they can get him back up as Applejacks once again on that 50-50 down by Thermal Station. So a lot of fighting taking place as they are making their push. Again, it's the same fight in the same position where they start off once again. This time around, though, Applejacks close it out so much faster. We've been accustomed to seeing this fight taking place until basically the ring starts closing. And so now Applejacks will have a lot more time to work with. But going back to your point, Tom, with this circle pulling on over, I always say go for overlook. It's much easier to rotate down than to rotate up. I don't think a Geyser is the one that's in. And if you really just want to play a little bit more neutral of a position, of course, you can just take up No Name.
It is tough to make your way up the hill over towards Overlook, so the teams that play over towards the very backhand of that mountain may have an advantage too, but Splash, understanding the situation, probably saw the update in the leaderboard. It looks like they're going to be taking an early fight over here towards Survey's side. Gibby with just gray armor turns as well, so if they're going to take this, they're going to have to do it swiftly. 1:30 on that clock. Everybody knows that's the time that people start to rotate, and that team may end up just making their way over towards the epicenter hill.
Yeah, it seems like, you know, they figured their chances are better fighting over at Survey Camp than trying to maybe take on Team Razer over at Skyhook. They want these kill points. They know that they're only 25 points down from getting into 4th place right now. Inevitable Gaming showing up, though, as well. And so Splash have to be careful as almost all 3 members are on top of them now, chasing them up the hill. One person caught out by themselves. The shot's not quite connecting for Locks there. Finally does connect with that wingman, but they've got the retreat and the arc stars down. And so Nestle Splash survive a very scary situation there.
That was terrifying, but look at this. They may get rewarded because shots get fired, the other team doubles back, and now this team may end up taking the fight because they don't understand what exactly happened. They don't have names over the head. They don't know which teams are which. So Inevitable kind of throwing a wrench into this party over here as we see everybody kind of backing off. Now Valkyrie redeploy is going to happen, and things are going to slow down a little bit, but that was an extremely scary situation there for Splash. If any more of those wingman shots connected, we could have seen it all in.
Yeah, now they should have a time to reset, to maybe poke their head out once more, but they are definitely not happy. But here we go. Okay, so Splash, actually, they were the ones that redeployed out of there. So it was, I don't even know what other squads were involved in that fight, and they just chased after to pick up this kill. over by Epicenter now. So Splash doing a great job playing on the edges, currently picking up the kills that they need to close that distance up against Team Pop-Tarts. Team Cheez-It, though, another squad that's on the bubble, looking to catch up to the rest of the team. It's RKT on the other side of this one, and Musona getting thirsted off, and they're just going to go ahead and call it. Valkyrie redeploy out. We're seeing so many more Valkyries now.
We are, and I think it's the wave. It's definitely a strong character. You could really mix it in with a lot of different things. Bloodhound's becoming a little more obsolete, and I kind of like it. I think that the scans ended up becoming a little bit too lackluster, really, when it comes down to a better word, because of the fact that you're just sitting there and constantly scanning each other. But here we have Team Razer playing the top of Skyhook, already picking up some kills. Remember, they're constantly looking for fights out over here, and they're always picking up some seriously good loot. Wingman L-Star in the hands of Baby Thule. We got to also give a shout-out to Moosin for the shots, the Valkyrie on Valkyrie shots when they were redeploying.
Yeah, it was beautiful. As Team Pringles are fighting a fight, so a lot of early game action right now here in game number 5. A lot of teams realizing with 2 games left to go, if they want to take the dub today, they need to start getting involved in a lot of these fights. And I love that Fury has stuck to his guns with this Loba, the Black Market Boutique, getting a lot of value, especially here inside Fragment East. So many buildings, so you never know what you can pick up. But as you can see, all of our teams, or a lot of our teams now, really favoring this no-name side. All the buildings taking place. You can see RCL once again being able to get a center zone position for themselves. We'll see if they can repeat their victory from game number 4.
Yeah, you got Benchwarmers there, you got Rockstar there as well, so it's going to be fun to see. And you also have another RCO member playing on a different team. That's going to be Sneaky Monkey. So we talked about RCO. They roll deep here at Esports Arena. So again, I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do. I hope they play through the Season 4 qualification process, because I definitely think that is a team to watch out for. They are constantly putting in the work, and you can see they're good at predicting the zones. They're really strong at team fighting as well, and also making really good decisions. So we'll see with the priority building here if they're going to be able to luck out and get this zone pull that we're talking about.
Yeah, you had mentioned as well, being able to drop over at Harvester now. People, of course, lamented the days past of when we had Field Depot. Field Depot did have the beacons for themselves, so that was an excellent addition for this update. So I love that, and we do have that now. Makes it a lot more viable. RCO has been making it work for themselves with their playstyle. On board with Team Intel, and this has been their playstyle for much of the season. It's all about looting up, making sure you have plenty of meds, using the replicators on the edges. And then, of course, you have that rotate in with the Valkyrie later on. They've got the ring information for themselves as well. Is there another beacon for them to pick up here? Is the big question for me. They know where they want to go after this ring closes.
If they can own the tunnel with Skittle Cakes on Caustic, that is, in my opinion, one of the best case scenarios for them, because once things start to break out over towards that side of No Name, you're going to be really picking up a lot of kills, but you also don't have to worry about your back that much, because you can continue to lay barrels and know if people are coming over there. The issue is there another team on the opposite side of this tunnel? You can see pings going down, and I have a feeling there is. If that is the case again too, not that big of a deal. That is something that you can totally fight with. You want to make sure that you get up on top of the stairs, play the high ground into the middle area. If not, you're going to be forced out and have to do the Valkyrie redeploy.
It does seem like a team is playing on the second level that leads into Overlook. And yeah, there is a team playing on the opposite edge of this tunnel as well. And like you mentioned, Tom, they're going to have the opportunity to just bounce over this if they need to.
Map movement,
oh, it's insane.
I wonder what he was doing right there. It's like one of those times where you used to play with players with their wireless controller. Oh, hey, Verholz, let's get him checked out as well for hacks. What's going on? What's going on with the spectator mode over here?
Crypto feeling like he's not getting enough love, so he's just hacking the game right now. I mean, that's exactly what happened last week as well, making our lobbies unplayable. Crypto is just saying, hey, you guys, remember? It's hard to tell nowadays what's actually dealing with the servers. Is this Crypto or Rampart? But I would like to see some more Ramparts. I mean, with the Sheila changes, we haven't been able to see her as much, but it's so hard to make her work. People are still getting used to the walls. But right now, Verholz just holding the angle for them. It's going to be a very passive time for them for now, just because they know they have a lot of teams ahead of them here. We do have that ring out for ring number 3, and oh my goodness, does this actually pull into the tunnels? That would be a sight to see. But hold on a moment, we do have a big fight breaking out. About 4 teams involved in this one. On that choke over towards Lava Siphon, Team Razer are rearing their head. We should check in with that when we can.
Yeah, a lot of teams trying to push their way through on over here. And Razer, we saw them masterfully play the edge, play aggressive, and then continue to lay on kills as they got over towards the end zone. But look at the pinch with the grenades. A frag over towards one side. Unfortunately, the frag rolls off over towards the bounce pad, and they're not able to force each other into each other. And now they're going to have to push on this one. Zeratricky going to bubble right on top of this one, most likely, whenever they get over here. And there it is. Very well executed. Good time. But all of a sudden, from the behind area, it's going to be Box and T with the EVA 8. Nobody was expecting the flank ski, not even Zeratricky, and now possibly an armor swap is going to be the only saving grace.
Yeah, he got a quick armor swap, has one more at his feet just as well, and 6xZs do get cleaned up. Does anyone show up for this as the gold bag res comes out for Team Razer? So, successful push out from them. It's going to be a free reset with that portal as well to play this thing extra safe. And you can see why they needed that port. The third party did show up to try and punish them, but Razer should be able to reset for free. They're picking up a lot of kill points in this game. Aculo watching the back for Team Razer, and if they want to, they can kind of skirt around and they could rotate back over towards Thermal side if they want to, or excuse me, Harvester side if they want to, but looks like the pressure has been alleviated and they can go back for their loot.
I feel like I'm a judge at the Olympics right now watching, like, you know, diving or something like that, because I'm giving Razers 9.9s basically on their execution with like the smallest splash ever in terms of the mistakes that they're making. They are just so perfect in the way that they execute all of these things. Besides the flank coming around over towards the side, you never have to tell anyone on Razer when to use their abilities. You never have to question what they're doing with their legends because they're just so experienced with all of these different facets of the game. The bubble comes down at the right time. The portal is played perfectly. Even when things go wrong, they're still able to make them go right, and Razer is looking good right now.
And for Team Intel, they are just committing to the edge, and oh boy, they were so close for that redeploy, but they weren't able to do enough damage onto that squad that made it out of dodge. So another Valkyrie squad getting the free rotate on over towards the no-name side. Team Intel doing a good job of just committing to the edge for now. They do have to drop low as they're getting shot up from that choke. Skittles should be safe to make it out of here, and they'll be able to reestablish their position inside that vault tunnel once again. They're just waiting because they weren't able to pick up that beacon. But once they see the next ring, they'll be pretty happy with this one, having a position inside that cave. Team Rockstar, though, are they in? We'll find out in about 2 minutes if they're going to be safe for this one. But you do have a port out from Crummy. Tried to go for a kidnap, and it was successful. That was Blueberry Smalls. He does make it back, though. And now you have the Syracuse coming out to try and stop the res. Crummy going for another pass. He's going to have an angle here and gets the 105. That's the knock again onto Oso Rated R. And oh my goodness, Rockstar really showing off that they know this part of the map well, and they finish off Team Applejacks.
What a play. That has to be a Mobile 1 high-performance moment if I've ever seen one. I don't know how you're going to beat that. Crummy with the kidnap into the crack shot. Amazing plays from Rockstar. Insane execution. Well done. I mean, that was so impressive. Pickett to throw the ultimate down to give the vision, stop the healing. Everything was so well done. That is just patience, but also experience and just talent.
And that's a full team's loot going their way as well, which is something you need in the mid game when you end up committing early on to center zone. So that is going to be absolutely clutch for them. All of their ammo should be topped off to 240, 300, whatever they feel comfortable with. That is a much needed boost for them. Benchwarmer, though, it looks like they did decide to kind of play outside of No Name for now, playing inside the car with the ring pulling down. So not too much action for them. Never mind. Here comes Team Pringles right up behind them. Bubbles have been forced out, and now they're forcing the issue onto them. Massive big connect out from Presley, but he gets flanked up from behind. Madness comes in with that R99, and just like that, Benchwarmers swat down Team Pringles.
SWAT indeed. They stacked those Pringles up and just munched them ridiculous execution, and Benchwarmers again showing that they're so strong at these bubble fights, but also engaging together throughout all of that. And then the presence of mind for Madness to let the controller looter go and loot that box. He's going to take him a little bit of time. Madness, you can move around faster, gets his own box, and they reset extremely fast. A lot of action is going to be over towards this side, though. A lot of teams are going to try to do exactly what Rockstar was doing, add pressure towards the bottom side of these buildings, and then try to pick off Splash. Splash is here, but they don't really want to be here for that long. I mean, they're going to be here as long as they can try to be, but there was a reason why Rockstar got back into the building. That is the spot to be. Down here, you have to be worried about things, and look at that, another kidnap attempt.
Did they get a no? It looks like they are going to be safe for this one. Round 2, they tried to go fishing in the same hole, but it looks like it's not going to be successful for them. Man, that was a scary situation. You saw how quickly they tried to go for it again. Barrels down for Malice Mamba. A little difficulty with it, but he will get it. And oh my goodness, what a big thermite. Malice Mamba. Will he survive? He is burning down. He needs a quick armor swap. No, Crummy. Get the knock onto him. And oh boy, this position. I don't think any team's going to ever want to play it again, but Crummy sticks around for way too long. He does go down. He's not even able to make it up to the port because it's on top of the death boxes, but Splash get knocked out. RCO pick up those kills. Was Crummy able to make it back, though? Will Crummy be able to survive?
He's back. He's back. You can see him healing right there on the player outline through the northeast side of the building. So he does get through the portal, comes back, gets healed, and then also called out to one of his teammates, hey, there's an opportunity for you to go through here and add some pressure. Meanwhile, RCO comes around the corner, will finger roll off the backboard over here for Mooney. See if that one's going to be able to connect. Lion and Z Davis trying to add some cover, but Z Davis is going to have to heal throughout all of this. The scan, the thermite also connecting. They have perfect angles on this team if they want to go and drop, and that's exactly what they do. Rambo is going to be out of this one. Knock is going to be bailing. So is Madness. And it looks like someone did come in from behind, though, so Pop-Tart's down to just Lion and Mooney.
We're not entirely too sure who this one was, as the Lion is going to go ahead and try and port him out, but it's not in time, and now Z Davis is way too far away from that port. Lion's going to be the only one up, and this was shaping up to be a really good game for Pop-Tarts, but now they are just left recovering. Lion is going to be forced to rat this one out. They need points. Teams have been catching up to them. Remember, it was just a 25-point difference between Team Pop-Tarts and Nestle Splash. This was their opportunity to start creating that nice buffer for themselves. We'll see what Lion can do. Left to himself now as he's starting to get arc starred. They're starting to pressure him. They want to finish him off.
It's a Lion rat. It's very rare to see, but sometimes happens. That's actually the second time it's happened today. He's gonna have to retake his portal and do some crazy stuff, which may allow him to grab some banners along the way, but I just don't think that he's going to be able to get there. He's going to just go right for the Q up the hill. Most likely teams are going to be waiting for him on both sides, and that's going to be Knocked. As we said, Rambo was taken out. Madness and Knocked did fall back, picked up some kills along the way, so they're still in the running to try to get this first place today. But unfortunately for Pop-Tarts, they're going to go out in 9th place. Like you said, was a good game. They were looking pretty solid, but it kind of fell apart at the end.
Rambo's timer does run out, and so Benchwarmers will be left to the two of them. But you know what? Do not count them out, as we do have that final ring. It's opening out into the clearing here. And this is a ring I have not seen in a very long time. Benchwarmers understanding the situation that they're in now. All the teams that are still left in No Name are going to be stacked on top of each other. So this is their opportunity to try and get a really good spot for this zone. Playing on top of the high ground, you can see the defensive bombardment going down as well. Benchwarmers might get involved in this one, pick up some extra KP for themselves. They already have at least 5. Those Team Intel poking their head out now. Duke playing around the bubble well with that reset. Gets that bat off as they back away, buying time for Skittle Cakes to reset as well. Team Intel now playing out of the tunnel here. You gotta be careful. There's a team to their right, and there was a team trying to get aggressive onto their left. Now that might be Benchwarmers just across the ways for them, as it looks like RCO might be finishing off Team Cheezer. We're down to 8 squads, 20 players remaining.
A couple of RCO players are going to go down. I believe one remains on that team, but this was the location when we discussed earlier, potentially instead of going into No Name, hanging out in the back of Overlook, this is the spot to play, and Intel has that. So we'll see what type of pressure they're going to be able to do. They wait until the last second the very last second to come back over here. Both bubbles are going to go down. And look at the timing. All of these free shots coming in from Dupe. The execution from Intel is phenomenal. The only thing they have to worry about is what I believe is Madness and the bench warmers with Knock over towards the side, laying down some fire.
A lot of damaged teams now, 7 squads with 18 players left. A lot of bubbles, a lot of fighting still taking place over at No Name. And Skittlecakes wants to steal away as many kills as possible. Team Razer still alive throughout all of this as well. So a lot of our top teams still alive in the lobby as Team Intel are picking up these kills now. Good thermite out from Dupe, picks up a double. Now Team Razer jumping in with that jump pad. Do they have a bubble for it? And they do. So they reestablish themselves for now. Keep tabs on everyone around them. They've got the bench warmers just to their north as it looks like Team Rockstar will get finished off. They have a small bit of cover to work off of as now RCO are under fire. Sneaky Monkey does go down and he gets finished off by that defensive bombardment. Team Razer though doing a great job of keeping track of the entire landscape as Dupe takes out Knocked, and so it's just Madness left for that squad. We'll see if they can recover here. Do Team Intel go for the full push onto them?
Just amazing plays from Razer. And look at this. Is Hakulo? Oh, I thought he was going to consider portaling down there. But all of these on-the-fly calls that they're making, jump pad, just avoiding the caustic gas, slow healing with the syringes, all of a sudden using this little rock for cover and putting your back towards the team on the high ground while you're focusing and engaging the teams coming in from the back. Just amazing decision-making coming in from Razer.
All right, here's Team Razer now looking for the kidnap, going in as he pops that Q and has to use it a little bit early. No, it's just going to be an early angle for himself, but he has to back off as Baby Toolies has taken a lot of damage. It's going to be pushed out, I believe, from Team Intel. Skittlecakes getting the double before he falls. Hakulo's the only one up, and he needs the quick armor swap, but he's not going to be able to get it. Team Intel now down. Skittlecakes. Dupe needs to get him up safely here, and they have to deal with so many other squads. The Valkyrie redeploy gets canceled on the other side as Madness takes out Rizuki, and RSS will be knocked out. Skittlecakes is getting rezzed, and it's going to be Team Intel left in a 3v1 up against Madness. It's the last stand for Madness, playing off the head glitch here. Might get the knock, and he does onto Dupe. It's going to be a 2v1. The Arcstar, he disjoints it with the Q, but does he have an armor swap to play off of here? He finds the death box, and there's a red for him. He's got the EVA 8 out, but it's still a 2v1 for Team Intel, who take the win here in game number 5.
It ends with the Tomcat Rat Cam slash right there. Team Intel taking the back end, the pressure onto Team Razer. Valiant effort there from Madness doing whatever he could. The Q out into the armor swap. Well done. But it's Intel taking first place and hopefully kind of scrambling things up over towards the bottom of the leaderboards too, with Pop-Tarts going out in 9th place. I can't wait to see what the Aquino leaderboard is.
That's 5 separate winners throughout the night, and so it's going to be a nice boon, especially for benchwarmers who, remember, dropped down to about 4th place before this game. So things are about to get spicy for our final game of the day, but before we head into that, we have to take a short break. When we get back, it'll be game number 6 of Series E right after this.
All right, I'll count off when we're gonna go. 3, 2, 1. Go, 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 go. Oh, team low, team low. Get it, get it, get it, get it. Blood, 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 blood. Nice. Last team, last team, last team. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it low. Oh, team, oh, team, oh, team. Blood, blood. Nice. Let's go. Who are they challenging? Oh my god, it's so easy. Let's go, boys. Team Razer, dude. If you're looking for the best gear, check out Razer at walmart.com/esportsarena for all your Razer products. My name is Baby Tuli and I play Apex Legends for Team Razer, and you're watching Razer Week.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
Welcome back, everybody. Our possible favorites to win the Season 3 championship are on the board as Team Intel grabs the win in game number 5. They take out Madness there at the end in the 2v1, and they grab the victory. Let's check out our player of the game here for game number 5. I have a good inkling of who it might be, and it's going to go to Skittle Cakes here. 4 kills and an assist, just short of 1,400 damage, and Skittle Cakes continues to perform. He and Verhulst have been the most impressive fragging duo in Series E throughout this season, and Dupe has really stepped up. I mean, I thought Duplex was a really good player in Season 2, but has been just on a completely different level this season and has completely rounded out this squad. I think Duplex is in the right place at the right time and allows Skittle Cakes and Verhulst the freedom to frag out like they do. Put a different third in this lineup, and I don't think they are nearly as successful as they are. So they really have found the right combination of 3 players here to succeed. Obviously, we talked about it last week that they had obviously qualified for the ALGS Pro League thanks to their victory in the first qualifiers, and they're carrying that good play here into this week. They get a win here. Now we'll have to see if they can make some noise in the final game of the day. And we're closing out the final pro night of Season 3. It's crazy to see us at the end of this journey, but we are right there. One more giveaway, though, for you guys here tonight. Again, we'll have more tomorrow. We also have a giveaway on Twitter, so if you want to get in on that one, maybe you didn't win one here on the stream, you can go check us out at Esports Arena. But I've got another Huntsman Tournament Edition and a Kraken headset. So if you want to win that exclamation point giveaway, get in real quick here. One more game to go. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, Tom and Jamerson will get you ready for the final one of the day.
He's 180. He's cracked. Dead. Nice job. Back, watch your left, watch your left. On Tuli, on Tuli, on Tuli. There's just one last guy. Nice. Good job, boys. Good job. This is way too easy. If you ever need to upgrade your gear, head over to walmart.com/esports arena and buy yourself some Razer gear. My name is Very Tricky, and I play Legends for Team Razer, and you're watching Razer Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
right, welcome back, guys, to Series E open night here for Razer Week, and we've had 5 separate winners across 5 games tonight, meaning our final game of the day is going to be spicy, and the #1 spot is going to be up for grabs for so many squads. So let's check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see who currently are the leaders, and it's Team Razer by 2 points. Benchwarmers now in second place. Team Intel with that win in third place, 2 points behind them as well. But the rest of the lobby are within striking distance too, all the way down to 7th place with Team Rockstar.
That's right. 7 teams, 5 of them are partner teams. We'll see if Benchwarmers and RCO can represent for the open squads coming through here. And then we also have that accumulative leaderboard that's going down too, with Pop-Tarts still trying to hold on to that 4th place, but they are only in 12th with 19 points.
Man, we are making a really last big run for the finish in terms of our top 4. But let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 5, as it was just the start of the kidnaps coming out from Rockstar. I mean, someone called the police. We've got a serial kidnapper here, as it was a beautiful setup, and they're able to stop the res, which allows Crummy to go for a second pass, uses this angle to get the re-knock, and just absolutely punishes them. It was such a beautiful play coming out from Team Rockstar.
I mean, it was so many different levels, right? Between the kidnap and then all of a sudden making his way over towards this little crevice to shoot through the crack. Everything was so well executed. Pickett's there to shoot Aves with Aves as well, and everything really coming into fruition there for Team Rockstar. But the thing is they ended up getting taken out a little bit later. That spot was just a death zone. We saw 3 boxes earlier, and it's like, hey, wait a second. Why are there 3 boxes here? Let's stand on them. Oh, wait a second. That's why they're there.
If only they had known, but it was a trap. Beautiful trap laid by Team Rockstar in this game. Love to see when we get these kidnaps. You know, the pros have done such a great job of learning so many different facets of how to play it out in Apex Legends. I think this one tech has been one of the greatest things that we've seen, you know, really in the last year for our squads. But here we go, heading into the final game of the day. A lot of teams in the running for first place with $500 on the line, $350 going to first place, $150 going to second place. Let's join on board with our cumulative leaders, Team Intel, dropping down here at Lava City. Now it's like they got 2 POIs with Big Mod.
Yeah, you love that. Plus, you're going to be getting this little gold bot that's going to be flying around here as soon as you find a weapon. If we could find out where the zone's going to be, too, we'll get an idea of where this thing's going to play out, making its way over towards Landslide and Countdown. So, look at that. You know who's going to love that is Team Pop-Tarts, as they're going to only have to really fend off a couple of teams making their way through.
And, again, we have to keep an eye on the 50-50s that have been taking place down on the southwest side. Actually, a lot of teams are involved here, as one of the squads, remember, the 50-50 that took place at Survey Camp, that squad has now changed their landing spot to the very southwest corner of a thermal station. So Applejacks have to be incredibly careful of how they navigate this fight. Hero, I believe, has an eye on them as well. So Applejacks aren't going to have a free fight here.
Fighting a blue armor is solid. The scout is pretty good too, but if you could find a scope, that's going to be phenomenal here for Blueberry, because they're going to be able to hold off multiple players from different angles. Just with that red dot, not what you're really hoping for, but you're also hoping you could maybe turn this bad situation into a good situation. There's the 2-4 scope that he's looking for. So now Blueberry's going to have a fairly large presence, and you're basically looking for an opportunity to get both of these teams here with the amount of points that Applejacks needs. This could be a best case or worst case scenario for them.
You can see they have eyes on them. It is a full 3-man, and he does have nice scope for this range, but they want to close the distance. They've been great on their close range fighting. Blueberry Smalls really wants to be able to utilize these barrels to take over that building. Roof control still being held, though, by that Gibraltar. Scans out, but it's a beautiful cross angle being set up by Applejacks right now. You can see Hero on the right, Osa Rated R on the left. They are trying to squeeze out this team. They still have to be wary of that other squad that have been contesting them all 6 games, but Applejacks, like you said, Tom, this is their opportunity to start finding more kill points. Now, with the scan down, they'll have their chance to start pushing up.
Exactly, you have to go when that scan's coming down. But look at the big flank coming around the corner. Blueberry's going to need some help. He's tossing out some barrels. There's going to be a counter bubble as well. Really nice barrel, stops them temporarily, but that bubble was so well placed. Oso rated is there, though, and he could match the damage coming right back. Can't let that Gibby get the battery off. It's just a sell, though, fortunately. There goes the flank from the other player. Hero needs to answer this one right back. It's going to be a one-on-one to try to win this for Applejacks.
Oh no, he's got the knock shield to work with though, and Hero does not have his arm shield. He's got to be careful with the Prowler backing off. No mag on it, so he's got 4 bursts as the nade comes in, gets 1 cell off and has time. No, pulls off the next one. So now the HP advantage is massive, or should be on the other side. Does he have time to hit this medkit? The scans out. But he's so far away, he can't actually punish this medkit. So Hero will have the opportunity now with a huge HP advantage. Arm shield along with that medkit as he takes roof control here. He's got the L-Star, and this is an excellent 1v1 gun. And he does secure the Thirst onto crossover, but that might mean an armor swap for this player. No, he decides to back away, goes for that peek. Here's the drop down now. Does he let him get the armor swap off? He does, but he's got the Prowler to finish things off, and he will be able to secure it. Does the third party come in from the other squad? He's backing away like it is. There is the Bloodhound scan as well. And Applejacks took way too long. 6XZs are coming in for the third party.
So unfortunate that they weren't able to clean that up as fast as possible. You still love the plays coming out overall, though, and just staying alive as long as possible for Hero, but he does get taken out, and we said it's either a best case or worst case scenario. That is worst case scenario, right? Only getting 3 points, that's not going to do when you have so much to catch up on over towards Pop-Tarts. Meanwhile, Benchwarmers, they're in the running for first place right now. We'll see if they can continue that pace that they've been on, and maybe even improve on that, as they are in a really, really solid spot over here. But they are coexisting with a couple of different teams in the area that I've already set up. I mean, that fight lasted so long. Teams have already rotated into position.
Yeah. With the Benchwarmers coming from Fragment, this is a very fast rotate, early rotate for them, moving at around 130. And so they do hit the timing that you expect. RKT, though, just south of staging, find themselves in a fight. They got the first knock onto Igo Psycho, but Gordo answers back, taking out Hunter. It's a 2v2 now as Brandon is trying to hold down, and he does, but he gets second peeks now. It's going to be Gordo versus Nemu Sona as Gordo tries to top off. He needs to punish him quickly here. Pushing up now. Only got the slow heals. It's going to be the Gibraltar on this other side with the Thermite covering one angle. Pushing up. The arm shield is clutch. And now Team Pringles looking to come in for the third party. But it looks like RKT should be safe here. They were able to get the res onto Hunter.
Smart going for the res there, and then Luciano immediately goes for an armor swap too, so no need to go and heal throughout all of that, and then they take that 2v1 while they're still weak on the other side. So very well executed inside of that blue trailer. Meanwhile, Sniper might have taken some damage over towards the side. Shaheen gets knocked. It's going to be Mooney long range with the scout. Tough spots to go in for the res. I mean, Blight's going to have to be there with the bubble, but no one's in the vicinity to help.
No jump pad to get him up as well, and he gets instantly thirsted. We'll see, though. They can try to back away to Lava Fissure and get the res there, and they should be able to, so we'll see what they can do. Benchwarmers, though, still working off their position, trying to get their armors evolved up. They're still sitting on triple blues. Pop-Tarts, though, with the countdown ending, they're the ones that got all the armors in the middle. Here's Benchwarmers now picking up some much-needed loot here. No armor swaps, unfortunately for them, but hey, that's a whole lot of bats to be able to play off of from this office, and there's going to be a second go on this loot as well. So nice pickups for Benchwarmers here in the early game.
Man, it's going for that Duracell sponsorship over here. That's a ridiculous amount of batteries. But yeah, they've been in this position before, and they're locking things down. I mean, the position that they're at, there's no reason to move. And typically in Game 6, we see a lot of fast-paced action because teams recognize the situation and they need to catch up. One of those teams is Rockstar, who's adding some pressure. You can see Pickett on the Seer, already given some great info. Also, the flank coming in from Crummy. Crummy has been playing phenomenal today. Rockstar, if they're playing like this the entire season, they'd definitely be in the top 4.
Beautifully committing to the edge as they pick up these kills. Here comes Team Pringles, though, as they're not going to have an opportunity at third party because of that Seer ultimate. They realize that they don't have the chance, and so Presley will just go ahead and back away, as it looks like 6XZs with a second go on another fight. Team Cheese It on the other side. It's a 1-for-1 exchange as Finicky is doing massive damage with this Mastiff, and with that knock onto Box of Teeth, the 2v1. Need to back away as RKT come in for the third party. It's just been third party central here in game number 6. We're already down to 13 squads, by the way. There's been so much action as round 2 hasn't even begun closing yet.
Nemisona throws down the bubble. Instead of going inside for the fast heal, going to back off so he can toss that defensive bombardment and also answer with some counter grenades. Caustic knocks gas grenade though, plus the opposite of the defensive bombardment behind him is going to force him directly forward. Look at that though, the rest of the team is going to follow suit. Hunter's there, Luciana's there, and now they have, really Luciana has to come through here with the bait and switch. You see answered with a knock with a missile swarm too, but now it's just not going to be enough. Down to Luciana, I'm not quite sure if she's going to be able to pull this one off, but maybe Rambo's still weak.
Oh, that melee targeting the down player, but Rambo will be able to secure it, start getting the reses. We're down to 12 squads now, and there is another third party. And of course, it's Team Intel who have been playing the edge this entire time. And now Team Intel, what were they, in third place heading into this game? This is looking great. So they've got the kill point. They basically matched bench warmers. Now they need to match up against Team Razer in first place. What a way to end the day.
And all these teams are going to be slugging it out because, like you said, only down to 11 squads, all full squads. So many death boxes in the vicinity over here. And this is what Intel does. They have so many different ways that they could play this game, and all of them are extremely strong. Right now, they're focused on playing the edge. Typically, teams that are in the lead will kind of do that. Meanwhile, teams like Rockstar, Applejacks, etc., they have to take every single fight so they can put as many points up on the board as possible. Pickett with the shots. How is that player still alive?
Oh boy, I gotta be careful. It looks like the third party's already coming in. He's going to try and pop that Phoenix kit. There's the res as well. Don't have the Seer ultimate, but it does seem like that squad is not going to push them. So Team Rockstar now with at least 5 kills for themselves. The Seer Q not connecting on anyone. Might have been just out of range at the edge there. And Matt Pickett, he's ready for another go. Round number 3 for Rockstar.
Amazing job. Every single one of these fights have been well done. Pickett's there with the shots. He's always so strong with these automatic weapons. Volt, Prowler, etc., etc. He's in your face with that controller, just putting down some serious damage. But meanwhile, Crummy has been there. Aves has been there. This has been a phenomenal performance today from Team Rockstar. I'd love to see them keep that momentum up because they have been one of our talented teams that they just continually underperformed during Season 3. But where's all that loot go? And it looks like Pringles is getting their hand in the jar.
The Black Market Boutique. You got the swift hands there, stealing away a lot of the loot from Team Rockstar. Now Crummy, he's taking that personal. I took that personal, and he pings them out. So he knows that roughly where they are, along with basically the tracing from that Black Market Boutique where that is. But the Pringles squad just holding position out here. They've been wanting to get involved for some time now, but Team Rockstar have not given them an opening whatsoever.
And then look at RCO, still in the running as well, locking down a building like they have been doing, playing it fairly slow, trying to get on over towards the end game. You still have Lion and Pop-Tarts alive over towards that southeast side of your map as well. Taking a look at the team we were just looking at on the bottom right, Pringles, you can see them at the bottom left as well. So all of those fights, like you said, from Rockstar have been so clean, it hasn't presented any opportunities, but that also is showing the respect that Pringles has for Rockstar throughout all of this moment too. Keep in mind, these are two teams from 2nd down all the way to 7th place, and that's still the amount of respect they're showing.
Yeah, you have to be careful here in the final game now. Phony does get cracked, but he's got the bat to heal himself up, and at this point, with this landslide ending, no one has actually pushed into the center other than Team Pringles. It's been a lot of fighting on the edges and also in that tunnel for Team Rockstar. We're down to 10 squads already in round number 3. Here's Team Intel making their way in. Try and punish the squad. It's just the 2-man, it seems like. No, there's the third. What is going on? They do back away. Okay, so it is a full 3-man. They were playing on the northern side. Missile Storm comes in for Verholz, and here's the defensive bombardment now as he tries to cut off the squad. The 2-man stuck behind the rock trying to back away. The bubble comes out just in time as the defensive bombardment goes down. They do have the timing for this. They want to get ready for this push. The port is out for this squad to get them into the safety of that cart. Dupe just standing his ground, doing some good, decent damage back, but he needs to go ahead behind cover as Blight finds out Razer, and oh boy, that's the squad getting sandwiched right now. Hakulo getting finished off. Sniper meta coming in for the third party. We've seen this before for Team Razer. They died here in game number 4, and now they might go down here in game number 6.
Not a good sign for Team Razer or their fans. They are definitely the meat of the sandwich right now as Sniper meta is adding a ton of pressure. The flush also came out onto Hakulo, so they're going to have to deal with just 2 players right now as the push from Intel is starting to come in, and Sniper meta may get interested here as well. You have the bounce pad if you want to go and use that one, but that could be a little bit over aggressive, so they're just going to continue to take the head glitch angles.
No reason for Team Intel to push this either. They've got the KP that they really need to keep on track with the bench warmers. It's just about securing the placement points as well, and so they're not going to get aggressive on the 2-man team of Team Razer. Here's Splash though, making their way in, and oh my goodness, they've set up the trap from Team Rockstar. Do they know? Do they not see that arm through the door? Oh my goodness. Gibby's the first one to cross, and he just lets him go. 2 members in, but oh boy, he's fighting into a 1v2. Aves goes down. Crummy gets the knock onto turns. It's down to a 2v2 for Rockstar. And Team Pringles, they now see the trade. They might come in for the third party finally here. Crummy with some great damage takes out Malice Mamba. Matt Pickett, the trap has been set, and that's going to be them going down. Rockstar with another team fight win in this tunnel.
Holy Rockstar, they are so cheeky. They've been playing aggressive the entire game. All of a sudden, it's a giant Gibby. It's not a Tomcat Rat. That is just Aves waiting with Pickett and Crummy in the wings. Not only that, they finished it off with some really, really solid shots. Rockstar is putting on a show in this final game.
It's just been a trap for team after team coming through this tunnel. Team Rockstar with some excellent patience there on that lurk, not making any noise whatsoever. They have at least 8 kill points now. And Team Rockstar really picking things up in the final game of the day.
Yeah, Aves has been watching his Hunter x Hunter over there, concealing his aura the entire time. They had no idea. He lets 2 players walk by and just comes in and pounces on them.
Yeah, you got to make sure you use all facets of your Nen and your end. Just make sure you do not give away your murderous intent. And there was plenty of murderous intent on the Rockstar side.
Oh, yeah. And then you can see Pickett's also just going to be getting the heartbeat the entire time throughout all of this, too. Pringles, I am shocked that they didn't go and push this, but keep in mind, they're still in a good position. They can do their gatekeeping a little bit later. They've worked hard to get in this position. They've stayed alive in this position for quite some time. So why throw it away with getting a little bit too aggressive? And they've already been playing really, really solid today. So I like this play from Pringles. They could have got a little bit excited about that situation, but instead they've stayed disciplined.
Yeah, they really couldn't, because now teams are showing up from the south side. Even though we're down to 8 squads, that threat of the teams coming in from the south is massive. Port into the car as Presley was considering thermiting that one out, but now they have to be careful because Rockstar have to actually rear their head out of that tunnel to make this rotate in. So high ground reestablished for Team Pringles now as he gets challenged up top, but he's done so much damage. Has the Kraber, only Crummy gets that knock onto Presley here. And now Team Pringles just down to a duo. Bubble used up by Phony to get the res onto Presley, and because of all the action taking place, they will have that moment to get him back in. It's the gold bag res as well, so Pringles can count their lucky stars to be able to survive that one and back away for now. But they have lost their positional advantage. A lot of fighting taking place as Rockstar, they've got that Seer ultimate down, but Presley has that high ground angle trying to punch that squad once again.
Look at this, he's going to slide up and try to Valkyrie in there. Meanwhile, Fury turning his back towards a bunch of opponents, gets ripped from behind by Rambo with the charge rifle, most likely from that south hand side as they're locking down that red trailer. But really nice job getting the res, getting back on over towards this high ground area, and the great utilization of the Valkyrie to just jetpack on up. And now Pringles rotates from the middle all the way towards this dominant spot on the map.
Oh, and Pop-Tarts just cleaned up Rockstar below them here. As you can see, Pringles now with the Eagle Eye on top of it. Thermite down, but the defensive bombardment will keep them, the bubble will keep them safe for now. Team Pringles, though, they're going to have their work cut out for them. The ring pulling away, going all the way up towards Countdown, ending in the clearing just south of it. So a lot of angles to play off of, and a lot of teams they have to contest with on this rotate in. Kraber's still in the hands of Presley as he's trying to find a spot, but he's getting scanned up throughout all of this.
I wonder if he's going to do something crazy like Kraber these guys and then Valkyrie ult on top of them after he hits the Kraber shot. I don't know if that would be enough time. You'd probably be in the air way too long and then land into a bunch of caustic traps. But this is a multi-layer cake with a handful of talented teams. Meanwhile, waiting in the wings is Benchwarmers with all this open area to kind of work with. And then they're going to just work their way up towards head glitch after head glitch, right over towards those blue crates, right and on over towards the rocks. A lot of different area to work with.
Benchwarmers still alive, Intel still alive. It's a race to the finish here in the final game for our top squads. We can get good enough performances. Maybe some other squads can catch up, but things are looking great for our top 3 teams right now. Team Pringles, they've got 20 seconds to play off of. They need to find a pick here on one of the teams that's below them to make this rotate a little bit easier. But as you can see, they have that Valkyrie ultimate. They might just bubble Valk ult to try to get out of here, and that's exactly what they're going to do. No bubble, actually, for that one. So they're going to have it when they land, so that's going to be a crucial play for them. You can see the pings going down, Garrett getting focus fire down, but they don't take too much damage, and so they'll put themselves in a sandwich, but at least they'll have a moment to work with that bubble being saved, and they're not even going to need to use it at all whatsoever. Quickly turning on to the Benchwarmers, forcing out that bubble on the other side. They do throw down a bubble of their own, and now things come to a head. Team Pringles versus Benchwarmers here. It's the full push out from the Benchwarmers as the first knock comes out. Knock goes down. They trade back, but it's a 2v1 now. Only Rambo left alive. Pop-Tarts getting a knock onto Phony throughout all of this, so it's a 1v1. Benchwarmers are knocked out, and this is the opportunity that Intel have been waiting for. They come in for the third party, picking up these thirsts on the ground. Team Intel now control the northern side of this zone. We're down to 5 squads, 13 players. There's a rat running around somewhere, and Intel want to flush him out. Dupe has to be careful playing behind this cover here, but it does look like he will be safe for now. Waiting out that Gibraltar bubble. Does hit for Flesh, but he's not able to get the knock, and now he pushes forward, but oh no! He goes down. Jetski picks that one up. Will Verholst or Skittlecakes be able to recover him?
It's a good question. You can see Verholst is going for the cover right now, trying to lay down as much as possible. They're going to try to go for the body blocker on the side. Lions ratting out around the corner. He gets dropped by, I believe that is Verholst, as well as Jetski's going to bleed out Z Davis, and Pop-Tarts is going to go out in 4th place. Not that bad for them to pick up some points along the way. We'll see how many kill points they actually got, but the res comes right back on to Dupe, and he's back in this one. Also has his bubble in hand if he wants to use it.
Now this is crucial for Team Intel, forcing the last 2 teams to fight up against each other. Bubble out on the left-hand side means that Duke might be by himself, alone, trying to heal up. He gets the bat off, and he's trying his best to dance around this squad, but Blight catches him out, so Sniper Meta will have the man advantage up against them, and now Team Intel, everyone's turning their heads towards them. Verholst needs to just stay alive. There's still an opportunity for these last 2 squads to face off against each other. They just need to buy time and try to force them into it, but it's becoming less and less doable here. As you can see, they're just covering behind the blue bins. Bubble has been used by this squad, but Sniper Meta really want to take out Team Intel here.
That's a big grenade there from the backside. That forces Skittlecakes up. He's going to take damage. Still has some batteries in his back pocket. Now the focus comes in. Defensive bombardment on top, and they don't have the bubble throughout all of this, so they're going to have to move their way out over towards the open. That's exactly what the team wanted them to do. Skittlecakes looks like he's about to drop as well, using the knockdown shield for as long as possible. But that's it. 3rd place for Team Intel. Now it's up to Sniper Meta, who fell short in one of our games earlier. Now they have a huge advantage with this 2-on-3.
There it is. It's a 3v1 with that knock onto Ice DPS, and they know it. They've got the win. Sniper Meta take game number 6 of the day. But did Team Intel do enough to get the victory? They were only 4 points off from 1st place, so I want to say they did. And so we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll be able to announce the winners of the evening. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Hey, what's up? I'm Zarek Tricky, and the only way to win is with Razer.
Team Liquid is going to be a 3v3. Make that a 3v1 now as Razer know there's only 1 player left. They'll finish off Naughty, and Team Razer take the win here in game number 4.
Razer, for gamers, by gamers. If you ever need to upgrade your gear, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and buy yourself some Razer gear. My name is Very Tricky, and I play Athletics for Team Razer, and you're watching Razer Week.
Welcome to Series E.
By that one, but now Team Intel having to contend against Team Pringles, who are really happy with this. But oh my goodness, scissors!
You can't find this anywhere else but Series E.
TSM are your champions.
Versus G2, and
Wow.
G2
Hey,
will
over to C9. Stay naughty. Has to do something quick here.
Team Liquid with 2. Was not expecting CLG to be right on top of it.
The level of play was incredible today. All of the players really...
It looks like it is a 3v2.
Oh.
Absolutely destroyed in the air with the flat line. Oh my goodness.
Do you think you're ready to compete in Series E? Welcome back, everybody. Sniper Meta with a big win there to close out open night here in Razer Week. And the big question, though, is who is going to win tonight? But we still have a couple things more to discuss here before we get to our Mobile 1 leaderboard. And that starts with our player of the game for the last game of the day. So let's check that one out. It's going to go over to Blight, 4 kills and 2 assists. And wow, almost 2,500 damage. Really good showing from Blight there in that game. And Sniper Meta has been a strong contender throughout the season. I'm not sure that they were able to catch up to Benchwarmers in the open team standings. Remember, all of our open squads battling it out for a slot in the next season of Series E. So not sure they were able to do that, but they still finished strong here with a great win in their last open night performance of Season 3. So hats off to Sniper Meta. Real good showing there to close out their season. But again, we talked about it going into Game 6. The question was, who was going to take it? Team Razer was sitting at 59 points. 57 points was Benchwarmers, and then 55 for Intel, so it was a very tight race. Intel was able to get later in the game. They grabbed 3rd place, but did they get enough kills to close that gap? We'll have to find out. Do want to remind you guys, if you want to get products from any of our partners here, maybe some Cheez-Its, some Rockstar, any else like that, just go over to walmart.com/esportsarena. We've got it all over there for you. So please, if you want to support us and support our partners, head on over there. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, Jamerson and Tom will check out the final open night leaderboard of the season, and I'll be back to close the show. So we'll see you in a few.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Very Tricky, and when I'm not playing Apex Legends,
keeping them alive for now as he's going in for the peak. It's a 2v2 right now, brought down to a 2v1. Big mass.
I like to just stay home and hang out with my cats. So here's Emery. She is actually our first cat we got. She is the middle child, and she loves to be held. And here is Little Baby. That's actually her name, but she either goes by the Little Baby or the Baby. And she is our newest one. We actually found her outside, and we decided to keep her. And lastly, here is Big Boy. He is the oldest and the biggest, and he is actually super sweet. Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Very Tricky, and I play Legends for Team Razer, and you're watching Razer Week.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind to shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. In every trial and trouble, help to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Whoa.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E open night here for Razer Week. It is the final week of Series E, so all these points matter. It's coming down to the wire, but before we talk about that, let's talk about the winners of the evening. Checking in with the Mobile One leaderboard, we had so many teams that were in contention for first place, and Team Intel will be able to secure it. And Benchwarmers take second place by 1 point, Tom.
Really nicely done by both of these teams. It was so close, and Razer was playing phenomenal, but it was Intel and Benchwarmers when it was all said and done. And that's a good side for Benchwarmers because I don't think that's as good as they can fully play. Same with Intel. We've seen them drop a ton of points, but you got to be proud if your teams like Sniper Meta, Rockstar, picking things up along the way. RCO Esports put themselves in end zones consistently. And the big question is how much does Pop-Tarts have in that lead from 4th to 5th?
Yeah, I will say one thing for Benchwarmers. One of their biggest Achilles heels is when there's a lobby that's full of Valkyrie teams. And I mean, this lobby was definitely full of Valkyrie teams. And it seems like they've dealt with it well throughout the day, especially coming in second place. But man, imagine, having that decision being made, a full Valkyrie team dropping onto your priority spot where you're the only team there, you were safe, and then Team Intel are able to come in for that third party. What a way to end it. Taking a look at the Mobile One high performance moments. And it's going to be, of course, Team Rockstar. How can we not? Nestle Splash with a trap set laid in wait. They were caught off guard. Now they do it quickly turn on to A's, but take a look. The rest of Rockstar are ready to finish things out.
Everybody drops, flanks down, Pickett's there. Crummy's been playing amazing throughout the day. And again, if Rockstar was playing like this the entire time, man, they'd be in the running for top 4 or even higher. So it's nice to see Matt Pickett come back and also playing the only seer in the lobby. But what an ambush, what a game, and what a way to end the Season 3 open day.
Yeah, before we close out the show, I would love to take a look at the cumulative leaderboard, though, to set up for tomorrow. Congratulations once again to Team Intel for taking the win, and here we go. We get one last look at the cumulative leaderboard before we head into the final games tomorrow. And Splash now are down by 33 points up against Pop-Tarts, but Team Cheez-It are 5 points below them, and Applejacks are also in the running. So if any of these teams can have massive games tomorrow, there's still a shot that they can take away that 4th place spot from Team Pop-Tarts, Tom.
There's an opportunity. You just got to make sure if you're Pop-Tarts, you don't blow it, all right? They are in there like swimwear if they just continue to do exactly what they were doing. But Splash, they perform on our pro days, so tomorrow is going to be awesome.
That's right, and you're not going to want to miss it. We will be back tomorrow, 4 p.m. Pacific, for the final day of Series E Season 3. And to close out the show for tonight, we're going to go ahead and send it back on over to the Esports Arena studio. Yeso, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Jamerson. Great work as always, gentlemen. Please Twitch chat all our viewers. Give them some love. They've been killing it all season. It's a blast to get to listen to Jamerson and Tom break down every single game. They are very good at what they do, and they have just been fantastic to listen to all season. So love to hear it from them. We'll definitely see some more tomorrow night. But Team Intel grabbing the victory here, and that is a championship performance right there. I know nobody was really questioning Intel coming into the final week with the lead that they had built up, and while we still have 6 more games to play, Intel really just secured a Season 3 championship. with the way they showed up tonight, as well as some more cash under their belt. They're able to grab one more open night this season, and they're looking incredible. I cannot wait to see where this team goes. Obviously, they have a future here in Series E, as they will obviously qualify for the next season, but the ALGS Pro League, this team has been an absolute revelation here, and we'd love to see it. Do want to let you guys know a couple of things before we get out of here tonight. Of course, Pro Night tomorrow night, the final night of the season. Don't miss out on that. 4 p.m. Pacific time, right here at twitch.tv/esportsarena. And if you saw earlier, our CEO Tyler Endress is going to be joining me after the show for a live final circle. We'll be talking about the season. We'll be talking about season 4 of Series E. Tons of things to discuss, so don't miss out on that. Plenty of giveaways as well, and get in on our Twitter giveaway if you missed out on everything tonight. We're at Esports Arena. It was a blast tonight, folks. I hope you enjoyed it. Congratulations, Team Intel. We'll see you tomorrow. For myself, the entire live broadcast crew, everybody here at Esports Arena, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you again next time.